Baksa Raja. So the visuals we have been seeing here, and importantly, here are the heavy police security that has been deployed since morning, since the time the arrival of Union Home Minister, even 2 days before, where his team and from the dog squads have already arrived. And moreover, we have been seeing here that Amit Shah and along with Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, who has reached to Lal Baksa Raja to offer prayer, where we can see the visuals here. There are the family members also and the other senior BJP leaders as well. So here, finally, the itinerary, that's the plan of Amit Shah, who has who already planned that on the 5th of September he is going to come to Mumbai. It will be a day-long plan, but as of now, we have been seeing a visuals of Amit Shah, who is offering prayers to Lal Baksa Raja, which he does every year. From the past 2 years, it was because of the COVID and the restrictions that was imposed by the state government, that was earlier by the Mahavikas Aghadi government. But this time, with the new government, importantly, we know that the height of the idol that is been revoked, the decision has been revoked by the new government, that is Eknath Shinde and BJP government. And even it is very significant to know that this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai right after the new government that has been formed of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, that is Bharatiya Janata Party. Moreover, we even know that this will be a long day tour of Amit Shah, that after the Lal Baksa Raja, where he is also going to visit the resident of Ashish Chilar, who is a Mumbai BJP president. Later, the chief minister's resident, that is Eknath Shinde, resident of official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow. And later, he is also going to offer prayer at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis resident. But moreover, what is also the every people have been eyeing on, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has been working on, is the strategy for the BMC elections. So we know that he is Amit Shah, who is on a day-long tour in Mumbai today. He would also hold a meeting with the party leaders to draw a blueprint for the polls of the BMC, because the sources had earlier indicated that BJP is working on a foolproof plan to take the civic body away from Uddhav Thackeray ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But right now, if we talk about the visuals that we have been witnessing now from Lal Baksa Raja, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah has reached to Lal Baksa Raja, he is offering prayer, and he's been accompanied by Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Vinod Taude, and the other senior BJP leaders. So as we earlier spoke about it, that it's very significant visit of Amit Shah here in Lal Baksa Raja. And when it comes to the Ganesh Utsav in Maharashtra, which is being celebrated in a very large, largely it has been celebrated. But since the past 2 years, just because of the COVID restriction that was imposed by the government, it was something very there was no idol that was installed of Lal Baksa Raja in Lal Bagh. Apparently, that is the reason where there were no visit of a union minister. Earlier, we saw in Maharashtra, whether in Mumbai specifically. But since the time the new government, that is Eknath Shinde and BJP government, to revoke the decision of the limit of height of the idol, that was earlier from 4 to 5 feet in the Sarvajanik Pandal. But that decision has been revoked, and a free hand that has been given for the Sarvajanik Pandals with the precautionary measures that has of course been imposed right after that, where we can see the beautiful idol of Lal Baksa Raja, which is almost 14 feet of Lal Baksa Raja, and people across the world we see who comes here to offer prayers at Lal Baksa Raja. And that is where now the visuals we can clearly mention how important and how significant this place, this mandal is, the Lal Baksa Raja, how it is so significant. It's just because to offer the prayer where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached, which he even earlier used to come whenever it been seen. So here we have been saying, and importantly, if we talk about the security, we even talked to the Lal Baksa Raja Mandal president, who said that accurate and adequate precautionary measures has already been taken for the visit of Amit Shah. There were dog squads and the crime branch people. More importantly, there were also the special branch and the IB people has also been deployed here for a certain reason for the visit of Amit Shah. So now here we can see that Amit Shah has already prayed offer at Lal Bagh Raja, and now he will be moving to Ashish Shelar resident, that is in Bandra. It's a resident where he's going to offer prayers at the resident, and later he's going to visit at Eknath Shinde official resident, that is Varsha resident, Varsha bungalow, where he's going to offer prayers. So it's a day tour. Darshan of Ganpati Bappa, it's a Ganesha darshan tour in Mumbai, a day long it will be, and we have been seeing the visuals now. Amit Shah, who has been leaving from the same place, he's been leaving, and he's been accompanied by the other senior leaders as well. So from here, from Lal Bagh Raja, which is very significant to know, and importantly, we saw that Amit Shah was already offered prayer from Lal Bagh Raja is going to move from the same place, and from the year where he is going to visit to Ashish Shelar resident, that is in Bandra, and later he is going to move to Chief Minister resident Varsha bungalow, and later will be going to Deputy Chief Minister bungalow as well.
Pictures on your screen are of the Home Minister Amit Shah offering prayers at the Lal Bagh Raja along with his wife, also flanked by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. In those pictures, he's now, of course, coming out of Lal Bagh Raja. Just to tell our viewers that the Home Minister has a packed itinerary. He's going to be heading to Ashish Shelar's residence, and thereafter will be holding a series of meetings today and tomorrow. The Home Minister Amit Shah arrived in the financial capital of the country, Mumbai, late last evening, and has a packed itinerary. Now, this visit of Amit Shah also is important given the fact that BMC elections are just around the corner. They should be held either in September or in October. So Home Minister's visit also very important with regards to those elections that will be held. He does also have a series of meetings that are lined up today and tomorrow both. Right now, of course, he's exiting the Lal Bagh Raja Pandal in Mumbai. The Home Minister, of course, is believed to offer prayers each year, but in the last 2 years, of course, that could not happen due to the COVID pandemic. He's, of course, exiting right now. He's come there with his family to offer prayers at the iconic Lal Bagh Raja Pandal. Now, this is the first major visit that's taken place from the central government after the new government was installed in Maharashtra. And you can see on your screens right now the Home Minister flanked by the Deputy Chief Minister as well as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Alisha continues to bring us the latest now. Alisha, take us through what we are expecting in terms of through the day, his visits today. We are told he will, of course, be going to the residence of the Chief Minister as well as Devendra Fadnavis's residence later, but also give us more details in terms of the high-profile meetings that are lined up.
Well, yes, it's a day tour or darshan tour of Amit Shah, who has already reached Mumbai last evening. We'll continue to show you the visuals in and around of Lal Bagh Raja. But importantly, we saw that Amit Shah from short while from now, where he already offered a prayer, and he was accompanied by Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra President Chandrasekhar Bawankole, Ashish Shelar, and as well as Vinod Taude. So it's very significant, and it's every year where Amit Shah do visit, and also significant to know that this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai after the new government, where the BJP and Eknath Shinde government that has formed in the state of Maharashtra. This was the first visit of Amit Shah, and of course there is a long tour, because right after this Lal Bagh Raja, where Amit Shah is also going to visit at the resident of Ashish Shelar, where he is going to offer his prayer at Ashish Shelar's resident, and later he is is also going to also going to pay offers at Chief Minister resident, that is Eknath Shinde official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow, and later will be at the Deputy Chief Minister resident as well. But more importantly, all eyes on a high-level meeting as well that is going to be happened, because it's an upcoming BMC election, and all eyes on the BMC election, which is why where the Amit Shah is already in Mumbai and is being known as a BJP strategist who knows how to go with the flow, and he can give a proper guidance for the senior BJP leader who has already made a strategy in this thing. So what we have been told that there could be a possibility of a party meeting where all the BJP senior leaders who is going to be present in that meeting to put front and how to defeat Uddhav Thackeray, which will be very important in this BMC election, because this is something going to show the result for the 2024 Lok Sabha election as well. So which is where what the sources have suggested and indicated that there could be the possibility of high-level meeting of Amit Shah. But we saw that earlier, like a short while from now, where he already offered his prayer, where Amit Shah has already offered a prayer at Lal Bagh Raja, and a huge crowd now, as we can see. Here are the heavy police deployment. There was heavy police who was deployed here. More importantly, what we are witnessing that the management team has been actually managing us since years now. It was something 2 years that could not be able to go with the Ganpati, because that was a COVID-19 and the restriction that was imposed in the state of Maharashtra. But right after the new government to already revoke the decision of the minimum height of the idol, after which we can see the festival year has been celebrated in huge. And as every year, where Amit Shah and the other senior leaders who have been visiting the same pandal, that is Lal Bagh Raja, to offer their prayer, and we even saw Amit Shah has also come to the same point. And if we talk about the day-long itinerary of Amit Shah, who is also now going to visit to the Bandh, that is at Ashish Shelar resident, and later to the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde resident, and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis resident as well. Yes.
So, Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Alisha, many thanks for bringing us those updates. Alisha there at the venue where Amit Shah is offering prayers to on the occasion of Ganesha Utsav at Lal Bagh Raja, one of the most popular venues where Ganesh Utsav is being celebrated. Let's take a look at the top stories we are tracking now. Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Key meetings lined up ahead of municipal corporation polls. Massive fire in Lucknow, 18 rescued. Several fear trapped, rescue operations underway. Rape accused seer's custody ends. Hearing on bail plea today. And hijab face-off in top court expected today. Big development in Cyrus Mistry death case. Police say death due to drivers over speeding. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starts today. Country is aiming to boost defense ties. And getting you a breaking update on the fire which broke out this morning around 8 a.m. in a Lucknow hotel. This is the Livana Hotel in Hazrat Ganj in the city that is the capital of Uttar Pradesh. One death has been reported so far in the massive fire which many fire tenders are fighting to bring under control. Firefighters and police are also struggling to evacuate those who are trapped inside. And rescue operations are still underway, as you can see in those visuals. Firefighters as well as police on the spot. They're working since the fire broke out. The flames were doused early on, but thick Let's move on now to other breaking news after the tragic death of Cyrus Mistry. We now ex-Tata Sons chairman, and this is the CCTV footage of the accident that claimed his life. One of India's leading businessmen who shot to fame when he assumed control of Tata Sons, but the tragic news which sent shockwaves not only across the business community yesterday, but across the country. Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic car accident that took place as he was on his way from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. This is CCTV footage of the car. It was a Mercedes. And Sandeep to tell us more about it. Sandeep, well, there are so many media reports coming in, even our own reports. Now we are seeing CCTV footage. Is that the car in which he was traveling? Is that the car in which, the ill-fated car in which the accident took place that claimed the life of one of India's leading businessmen?
In fact, traveling with the rest of the other three people, and in fact, Jahangir.
Three people, and in fact, Jahangir, one of the other deceased with Cyrus Mistry, were traveling in the same car. And that CCTV footage which we have accessed is of Talasari Dupchari bridge. That's what it has been said, and it is near the toll naka of Talasari toll naka, and that is the CCTV that we are showing to our viewers. So yes, that is the same car, and in fact you can see in the visuals the car is in high speed. And in fact, yesterday when we inspected the car was badly damaged after the incident took place, and in the brutal accident. Back to you.
Right, it's a huge loss, not only as far as the business community is concerned, but a leading citizen of the country who had shot to fame as the chairman of Tata Sons. However, well, there are many lessons to be learned, and this is what most, in social media, that's what you're hearing as far as this particular accident, because there were survivors as well. As you said, the car was badly mangled in the accident, and it claimed the lives of two people, but the others survived. And it is being said that there are many lessons that are to be learned from this particular incident. Sandeep.
See, this is not just a lesson for the people who were driving the car or who drive the cars, but also for the the people who are into administration, who make roads as well. Now, I personally went there. We reported there from the ground. Now, what I found is that a broad lane, a broad road that comes from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. Now, there is a Surya River. Now, as soon as the Surya River bridge starts, the road gets very narrower, and as the car was in a very high speed, the car directly hits to the divider. So you can understand the kind of infrastructure we need. We need to make some changes into that, and that is the only way wherein we can in fact save lives of the people.
And more breaking news coming in now. The IT ministry has summoned executives of Wikipedia now. And breaking news coming in now. The Information Technology Ministry has summoned executives of Wikipedia. And Abhishek, Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, we're hearing that the IT ministry has summoned Wikipedia executives, Indian executives, to meet them today. And an explanation is being sought on how Indian cricket team bowler Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. Well, a shocking update coming in there, shocking revelation by Wikipedia. It's over to you to take us through this breaking news, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. So what we have seen is that in the backdrop of the match that took place between India and Pakistan yesterday as part of the Asia Cup series, once India lost and because there was a catch, I believe, dropped by Arshdeep Singh, there was a Twitter trend that Arshdeep Singh is a Khalistani and he helped Pakistanis win the match. Now, that slur, that suggestion essentially was coming in from Twitter handles originating in Pakistan. And subsequently, in fact, we have seen that the Wikipedia page of Arshdeep Singh has been tinkered, edited, and word Khalistan added to him. Essentially, it seems the Pakistani deep state trying to use the fissures within Punjab and create an impression that the Khalistanis have somehow wormed their way into Indian cricket team also and helping Pakistan. It was dangerous, it was diabolical, and it was brought to the notice of the Indian authorities, and that's why the government of India has decided through the Ministry of Information Technology, Electronics and Information Technology, that Wikipedia be summoned, and hence their executives have been asked to come and explain how the Pakistanis were allowed to tinker with the Wikipedia page of Arshdeep Singh.
Right. So the IT ministry is summoning executives of Wikipedia. Abhishek, just trying to understand, it's only executives who can upload details on pages, because sometimes we do see Wikipedia itself suggesting that, inviting donations sometimes saying that, that there's very little information involved, so you can make additions. So we'll be going back once again to more live and breaking stories. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. It's time now for a short break. The IT ministry, as we were telling you, summoning Wikipedia executives in India to meet them today to seek an explanation on how the Indian cricket team's Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. Five people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Bandh due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being
You're watching live and breaking on Republic. More national news now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives at iconic Lal Bagh Charaja Pandal in Mumbai amid tight security. This marks the first visit of Shah after the formation of the Shinde government in Maharashtra. He was accompanied by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. In a big lead in the Cyrus Mistry death case, a CCTV tape has emerged of before the accident. As per police, a tragic accident unfurled after the driver lost control of the vehicle. Anger on the streets of Jharkhand's Dumka after alleged tribal girls' rape. Amid back-to-back crimes against women in the state, protesters are demanding CBI inquiry and capital punishment of the accused. And coming up in a short while, all eyes on BJP's news conference that is likely to come up soon. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है।
Another case of mining mafia shocker from Uttar Pradesh's Agra. The mining mafia en route Agra broke the toll barrier and pulled out 13 tractors in a matter of 50 seconds. The administration and the people were taken by a jolt after 13 alleged sand-laden tractors went on to break the toll without stopping. The tractors were allegedly carrying illegal sand from Chambal region. Manning mafia breaking the toll barrier while authorities tried to stop them. Meanwhile, case against these mining mafias has been filed. Remember, several mining mafia cases have come forth in Uttar Pradesh before. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And all eyes on the BJP's news conference. Let it begin in a short while from now. Stay tuned.
Five people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे।
Cutting across to visuals that we are getting for you as the Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina arrives in India. She's on a 4-day visit, the visit that is aimed to boost bilateral ties. Pictures on your screen are, of course, of the welcome that is being given to the Bangladeshi Prime Minister as she arrives in New Delhi. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister, of course, is on a 4-day visit to New Delhi aimed at boosting bilateral ties. Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, joins me now. Abhishek, this is an extremely important visit of the Bangladeshi Prime Minister as the two countries hope to refocus on rebuilding ties.
Well, yes, sir. This is the first visit that Sheikh Hasina is having, Nupur, after the COVID pandemic. The last time she came was 2019, so it's been a bit of a gap. Remember, Prime Minister's neighborhood first policy. Within that framework, the two leaders have met a dozen times since 2014, and that really shows the kind of investment that has gone into our neighborhood. Bangladesh, of course, there are issues between the two sides. We saw how Sheikh Hasina, as a build-up to the visit, has in an interview spoken about those issues, including the Teesta water sharing. So it seems that she wants to speak about those, including the issue of Rohingyas. But so far as her 4 days in Delhi and India are concerned, she lands now, and today in the evening she would be having a call on by External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. And tomorrow is when the ceremonial part of the visit begins with a reception at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, a visit to the Rajghat, meeting the President, Vice President, and of course before that the delegation level talks with Prime Minister Modi at Hyderabad House. That's tomorrow. And then it is likely that she would be visiting, there is a cultural component to it also, she would be visiting the Nizamuddin Dargah in Delhi. Remember, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, when he was in India, spent some time there. So a little, walk down the memory lane for Sheikh Hasina. And then she goes to Jaipur, from where she is going to go to Ajmer Dargah and make a visit there also. So I think underscoring the Sufi traditions of Islam in South Asia with those two visits to the Nizamuddin Dargah and the Ajmer Dargah Sharif. And apart from that, of course, when the delegation level talks take place, as I said, she's coming with certain agenda in mind, perhaps, because she has mentioned in the interview talking about the Teesta water sharing, which is stuck insofar as the Bangladeshis are concerned, and the issue of Rohingyas with Bangladesh taking the burden of almost 1 million plus Rohingya refugees from Myanmar, the Rakhine state of Myanmar, living in Bangladesh, and many of them, in fact, coming to Indian side also. Apart from that, economy-wise, the Bangladeshi society and nation are doing very well in terms of per capita. They have gone ahead of most of the South Asian neighbors, and in that sense, in fact, Bangladesh provided a line of credit to the struggling Sri Lankans. So in that sense, they're doing well. Also, Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, Nupur, made a comment last week, sort of controversial, that India should do everything to support the Sheikh Hasina government in its fight against anti-democratic forces within Bangladesh. So all those issues on the agenda from the Indian side, of course, are the element of extremism that has taken roots of late in Bangladeshi society. We remember.
All right, so pictures on your screen are of the BJP press conference that is being held in the national capital. Sambit Patra over there. He's going to be speaking to the media very, very shortly. This is being touted as an important press conference from the Bharatiya Janata Party, expected to speak on various issues.
आप सभी का अभिनंदन है, सबको नमस्कार। मंच पे मेरे साथ दिल्ली प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय आदेश गुप्ता जी, मंच पे साथ ही दिल्ली के यशस्वी सांसद पूर्व में अध्यक्ष श्री मनोज तिवारी जी और आदरणीय हरीश खुराना जी, तीनों मौजूद हैं। तीनों का अभिनंदन। स्वाभाविक है, अब तक आप जान चुके होंगे क्योंकि दिल्ली के यशस्वी नेता यहाँ मौजूद हैं, तो यह विषय दिल्ली का है। आज एक बहुत गंभीर खुलासा और एक जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं बिग एक्सपोजे आज यहाँ होने वाला है। शराब, कमीशन और घोटाला, इसको लेकर दिल्ली में विगत दिनों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, दिल्ली की जनता ने आंदोलन किए और जिस प्रकार से शराब नीति में मोटा माल मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने कमाया, जिस प्रकार से कमीशन का खेल हुआ, इस विषय को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस किए हैं और कई सवाल हमने अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया से पूछे हैं। सिर्फ मेमोरी को फ्रेश करने के लिए मैं याद दिलाना चाहूँगा कि 5 सवाल हमने आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछे थे कि ये जो पुरानी शराब नीति थी उसमें क्या खामी थी जिसके कारण एक नई शराब नीति लाई गई, और नई शराब नीति में क्या कमी थी जो उसे आनन फानन में वापस लेना पड़ा। रवि धवन जी की जो एक्साइज कमिश्नर थे तत्कालीन, उनकी अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी कि नई शराब नीति कैसी होनी चाहिए, उसके रिकमेंडेशंस को ताक पे रख करके ऐसी क्या कंपल्शंस थे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने एक ऐसी शराब नीति बनाई जिसमें उन्होंने रिकमेंडेशंस को नहीं माना। तीसरा सवाल हमने पूछा था कि ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनीज को आपने आखिरकार क्यों ठेका दिया। चौथा सवाल हमने पूछा था कि कानून के हिसाब से जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो रिटेल में नहीं आ सकते, उसके बावजूद आपने अपने मित्रों को बुला करके जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स थे उनको आपने रिटेल में काम कराया। पांचवा सवाल हमने यह भी पूछा था कि क्या कारण थे कि पहले जो फायदा या कमीशन ठेकेदारों को 2% का मिलता था उसे आपने 12% में तब्दील किया, जिसके कारण दिल्ली सरकार को भारी नुकसान उठाना पड़ा और ठेकेदारों को बहुत फायदा हुआ। मनीष सिसोदिया जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के मित्रों का बहुत फायदा हुआ। 144 करोड़ रुपया ये जो लाइसेंस फीस था अपने मित्रों का, बिना कैबिनेट के अप्रूवल का, इन्होंने क्यों माफ किया। ये कुछ सवाल हमने आपके माध्यम से केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया से पूछा था, जवाब आज तक नहीं आया। इसलिए आज इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम जो दिखाने वाले हैं, स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग हो गया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब मुख्यमंत्री बने थे तो उन्होंने खड़े होकर कहा था कि देखो जी, अगर कोई भ्रष्टाचार करे तो आप जरूर उसका स्टिंग कर लेना, आप उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग कर लेना और हमें रिकॉर्डिंग भेज देना, तो हम जो है सच दिखा देंगे। तो आज वही हुआ है, एक स्टिंग हो गया है जो अब पब्लिक डोमेन में है, स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग हो गया है। और इस स्टिंग में जो कंटेंट हैं जो आप अभी देखेंगे, इससे एक बात स्पष्ट होती है कि जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की कसम खाकर आए थे वो आज दरअसल कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी के रूप में सामने आई है। ये आम आदमी पार्टी कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी, और दिल्ली के जो नेताओं ने कहा था कि ये बेउड़ी सरकार है, आज कहीं ना कहीं वो साबित हो रहा है। बिल्कुल ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में आज इस स्टिंग में आप देखेंगे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सिपह सलार मनीष सिसोदिया ने किस प्रकार से मोटा माल कमाया है, अपने मित्रों से कैसे पैसे कमाए हैं, कैसे दलाली ली है। कमीशन को हिंदी में दलाली कहते हैं, और यही बात आज स्टिंग ऑपरेशन में सामने आएगा कि किस प्रकार लोग दलाली देने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास जाते थे और एक मोटी दलाली कमा करके दिल्ली के एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लाया गया, दिल्ली को नुकसान में ढकेला गया और अपने को प्रॉफिट में रखा गया। और ये सारा का सारा स्टिंग, जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ना फ्रॉम द हॉर्सेस माउथ, उस व्यक्ति के मुंह से सुनेंगे जो व्यक्ति खुद मनीष सिसोदिया जी के हाथों में पैसा पकड़ाता था। मोटा माल जो मनीष सिसोदिया को दलाली और कमीशन के रूप में देता था, आप खुद उस व्यक्ति के मुंह से सुनेंगे। आपने देखा होगा जो आरोपी लिस्ट है सीबीआई की, उसमें 13 नंबर आरोपी जो है उसका नाम है सनी मारवा। तो सनी मारवा के पिताजी हैं जिनका नाम है कुलविंदर मारवा, ये सब एक साथ काम करते हैं, एक ही कंपनी में डायरेक्टर इत्यादि है, बेटे पिता सब। तो ये कुलविंदर मारवा का एक स्टिंग ऑपरेशन सामने आया है, जिसमें वो पूरा मोडस ऑपरेंडाई, किस प्रकार से कमीशन खाया जाता था और केजरीवाल सरकार की नीति कैसी थी, इसका पर्दाफाश करते हैं। मैं अब निवेदन करूंगा मंच से कि जरा लाइट को धीमी करके अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के काले कारनामों को स्टिंग ऑपरेशन के माध्यम से देखा जाए, और आप सब भी स्टिंग मास्टर के स्टिंग को देखिए।
दुकान की चले जाता है, वो टेंडर नया हो गया। असली दुकानें जो ली है ना, जान के ऐसे कच्ची सस्ते ब्रांड में, सस्ते ब्रांड
रिपीट कर दो। मुझे लगता है कोई आवाज में डिफिकल्टी थी, तो हम शुरू से इसे रिपीट कर रहे हैं ताकि आप लोग दोबारा देख सके और सुन सके। प्लीज रिपीट।
आप अपने मोबाइल पे चलाइए, मोबाइल पे चलाइए आवाज प्लीज, जल्दी से मुझे दीजिए। आप मोबाइल मुझे दीजिए, आवाज चलाइए। पूरा नहीं है ये वाला, जो यूज किया वो छोटा है, आपके पास पूरा। ये दीजिए ना, प्रॉफिट नहीं गेम में 80% है। 80% 1 रुपए अच्छा, 1+1 कर डर गई सब। इतनी कमाई की है,
चलो जो भी चल रहा है, क्या कर सकते हैं
दुकान की दोस्तों ऐसे चले जाता है, टेंडर नया हो गया। असली दुकानें जान के सस्ते ब्रांड में, सस्ते ब्रांड 사무직 시간은 ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੇ ਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਦਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਨਾ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਿਲੋ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਹਾਂ ਐਕਸਾਈਜ਼ ਫਿਕਸ ਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਵਾਰ ਚੁਣੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਨਿਰੋਧ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਲੋਕ ਨਾ ਜੀ जिस वक्त ठेके मिल लगे letters conveyed होना भी जब भी एक ऑर्डर देगा 250 करोड़ छुट्टियों के ड्रग्स वाला देता तो कहता 250 वाला जब लगी
Well, this, of course, is a sting operation that has been released by the BJP. In this particular video, it appears that commissions were pouring in. The man in the picture seems to say that it...
विचोले अंदर में जो दिखता है तो सीधा विचोलिया में दिखता है ना सर विचोलिया क्यों देंगे और सडन जो सैलड अभी 6% जितना जी आएगा लोग ले जाएंगे 6% आसान करना समझो है 6% देना भी आसान नहीं थी सुन लो आज गाड़ी को मार रहा है 100 करोड़ तो 12 करोड़ रुपया तुम कमीशन आ गई 6 करोड़ काला कर गया जो कर वही होती है दिक्कत से 6 करोड़ काला किस तरह करोगे वो तरीका तो दसो तो काला देना को काटो लोगों को मुझे थोड़ी पहले दे देना अच्छा भाई अगर कंपनी 2% से 12% कमीशन की थी किस तरह हो गई ढाल वगैरह जो अमन ढाल वगैरह ने दिल्ली के बाद पंजाब भी ले ले जिन्हें पंजाब ठेके ले तो पिट्टे का नहीं पंजाब वाला जो है शहर का काम करता सी क्योंकि ये सारे ठेके उन्होंने देते केबीपी नहीं हाँ पता थी तो हमने सारे लोग आ गए हाँ जी क्या है जी कौन है कहाँ है जी क्या हुआ जी बताओ जी क्या कहना देखो मेरा बेटा यहाँ नहीं रहता 2 साल में खाली करके जा चुके हैं ये बाहर नरवाज को दिखाया जी मैं उसे चाचा सर साढ़ा एक वर्ल्ड भी जोड़ा ना साढ़े जाने से आप पढ़े बोल कुछ नहीं सकते अंडरटेन की गला है कोई कोई बैठी है इस कैसे नहीं बोल सकते
धन्यवाद लाइट ऑन करिए आप सबने देखा हमने आपको कहा था कि ये शराब कमीशन और घोटाला एक्साइज नीति को लेकर किस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने किया है ये आप सबने देखा है। वैसे तो आप सबने अभी तक आप सब समझ ही गए होंगे कि वास्तविक रूप में इसमें हुआ क्या है। आश्चर्य का विषय है, यह जो व्यक्ति है मारवा जी, इनके बेटे कुलविंदर मारवा के स्टिंग ऑपरेशन को आपने देखा। इनके बेटे सनी मारवा 13 नंबर अक्यूज्ड हैं सीबीआई के चार्जशीट में, आरोपी पत्र में। और जो पूरा मोडस ऑपरेंडाई समझाया है उसमें मोटी मोटी बातें क्या हैं। नंबर 1, आप सोच के देखिए, 80% प्रॉफिट हमारा है, मतलब ठेकेदारों का और जो मित्र हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल के, जो मित्र हैं मनीष, 80% प्रॉफिट उनका है और राजस्व को केवल 10% मिलना है, बाकी सारा कुछ मित्रों को मिलना है। 1 रुपए के माल के अंदर 80 पैसे हमारे होते हैं, बस 20 पैसे का माल होता है। हमें फिक्स इतने पैसे दे दो, 20 का माल ले लो, जिसे मर्जी बेचो। पहले आप हमें अपना कमीशन दे दीजिए, हमें अपना पैसा दे दीजिए और 20 पैसे का माल उठा लीजिए, उसको आप 80 करके बेचिए। किसे बेचिए? चोरी करिए, उसको गलत तरीकों से बेचिए, इलीगल तरीके से बेचिए, 1 का 2 करिए, 1 का 1 फ्री करिए, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं है। जो करना है करिए, हमें अपने कमीशन से मतलब है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार की नीति रही है। जो ये मारवा साहब थे, उन्होंने कहा कि हम तो कच्ची कॉलोनी में टेंडर ले रहे थे, वहां पर तो जो दुकानें होती हैं वो तो सस्ती की दुकानें होती हैं, हमसे 250 करोड़ रुपए लिए हैं, बड़े बड़े वालों से तो 500-500 करोड़ रुपए लिए हैं। डिफेंस कॉलोनी का उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया, हमसे 250 करोड़ ले लिए, बड़े वालों से तो 500-500 करोड़ रुपए लिए। आलम यह था कि ये जो शराब नीति बनाई गई थी, इसमें 2% से बढ़ा करके 12% कमीशन इन ठेकेदारों का, इन मित्रों का, अरविंद केजरीवाल का किया गया था। आलम यह था कि अगर 1 बोतल के साथ 1 बोतल मुफ्त भी दिया जाए या 1 बोतल के साथ 2 बोतल भी मुफ्त दिया जाए, तब भी फायदा इन ठेकेदारों को हो रहा था। आप सोचिए किस कदर लूट मची थी, किस कदर दिल्ली के राजस्व को लूटने का यहां तांडव चल रहा था। 20 पैसे का मान लो, जो मर्जी करो, सानू फिक्स्ड पैसे दे दो, सरकार का रोल खत्म, जो मर्जी करो, हमें पता नहीं, चोरी करो, जो करना है करो। आपने सुना मारवा साहब को। सबसे बड़ी बात, वहां कोई व्यक्ति था, तीसरा व्यक्ति, जिसने पूछा क्या ये पैसे जो है ये सरकारी खाते में जा रहे थे? ना, ये सरकारी खाते में नहीं जा रहे थे, तो ये कोई लाइसेंस फीस इत्यादि नहीं थे। एक एक व्यक्ति से पहले मालूम पड़ा कि 60-60 करोड़, जैसे इनसे मारवा साहब से 60 करोड़ रुपए लिया होगा अपने व्यक्तिगत कमीशन के लिए। तो मारवा साहब कहते हैं कुछ कुछ लोगों से तो 150-150 करोड़ ले लिया है, और ये जो हैं ये सरकारी खाते में नहीं जा रहे थे, मतलब ये मनीष सिसोदिया के खाते में जा रहे थे, जिसको हम तब से मोटा माल कह रहे थे। मोटा माल 60 करोड़ का किसी से, मोटा माल 150 करोड़ का किसी से। आप सोच के देखिए किस कदर लूट और घपला, दलाली मची हुई थी। यहां पर स्पष्ट शब्दों में मारवा साहब, जिनका स्टिंग हुआ है, वो कहते हैं एक गलती तो बड़ी कर दीजिए इन्होंने, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को बुला बुला करके इन्होंने टेंडर दिया है। मनोज जी बैठे हैं, आदेश जी बैठे हैं, हरीश जी बैठे हैं। डे 1 से हमारे इन नेताओं ने आवाज बुलंद की थी कि ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को आपने आखिरकार टेंडर क्यों दिया। एक्साइज विभाग में कंप्लेंट किया गया था 2021 में कि एनरिच कंपनी और ये जो इंडो स्पिरिट कंपनी है, इनके रिटेलर्स भी हैं, खाओ गली इत्यादि, ये ब्लैक लिस्टेड हैं, इनको आप मत दीजिए टेंडर। कंप्लेंट के बावजूद मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने टेंडर दिया, क्योंकि मोटा माल मिल रहा था। यह तो बिल्कुल ओपन एंड शट केस है। ये तो खुद मारवा जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व है वो कह रहे हैं। और देखिए सबसे बड़ी बात, यहां खुद मारवा जी कह रहे हैं कि 2% से 12% क्यों बढ़ाया गया। हमने सवाल पूछा था कि 1 बोतल पे जो कमाई होगी, पहले रिटेलर की कमाई जो होती थी पहले जो ठेकेदारों की कमाई होती थी वो मात्र 2% होती थी। केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने उसे बढ़ा करके 12% किया। क्यों किया? तो मारवा जी कहते हैं क्योंकि उसमें से हमें कमीशन केजरीवाल जी को देना था। हमें कमीशन जो है 6% का मनीष सिसोदिया को देना था। और परेशानी यह थी कि यह जो कमीशन है इसको हम ब्लैक में कैसे दें, इतनी मोटी रकम को हम ब्लैक में कैसे कन्वर्ट करें। उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया कि एक 100 करोड़ की गाड़ी आएगी तो 12 करोड़ कमीशन होगा, 12 करोड़ में से 6 करोड़ उसी दिन जाके मनीष सिसोदिया को देना है। अब हमें समझ में नहीं आता था कि ये 6 करोड़ कोई छोटा रकम तो नहीं है, इसको हम कन्वर्ट कैसे करें ब्लैक मनी में, क्योंकि हमारे पास तो पैसे नहीं है, नोट में देने हैं। तो आप सोचिए किस कदर यहां लूट मची हुई थी। आज इसका खुलासा हुआ है। पहली बात, 80% का जो प्रॉफिट है वो दिल्ली की जनता के जेब से निकाल करके मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने यारों के, अपने मित्रों के दलाली के माध्यम से उनके जेब में डाला। दूसरी बात, अपना कमीशन रख लिया और उसके बाद जो करना है करो, दिल्ली की जनता के साथ जो करना है करो। ये छूट ठेकेदारों को और अपने मित्रों को अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया ने दिया। तीसरी बड़ी बात, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को बुला बुला कर दिया गया यहां पर कि आप जो है ठेके आके लीजिए। चौथी बड़ी बात, इस पूरे में काले धन के रूप में पैसे को कन्वर्ट करके, व्हाइट मनी को ब्लैक में कन्वर्ट करके अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी तक पैसा पहुंचाया जाता था। आप सोचिए किस कदर यहां घपला घोटाला चल रहा था। आज आपने एक वीडियो देखा है, बिल्कुल इसमें कोई संशय नहीं है कि जिस प्रकार से लूट मचाई गई है, जिस प्रकार से दलाली खाई गई है, ऐसे अनेक वीडियो अब कुछ दिनों के अंदर सामने आने वाला है। आज मैं इस मंच से, हमारे सभी नेतागण मौजूद हैं, मैं एक अपील करना चाहता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से। यह अपील उन तमाम लोगों को है जिन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को पैसा पहुंचाया है, जिन्होंने कमीशन दिया है। आप डरिए मत, आप घबराइए मत। आप अपने वीडियो बना करके कि आपकी कौन सी कंपनी थी, दिल्ली के कौन से जोन में आपने कौन सा ठेका लिया था, कहां टेंडर डाला था और कितना कमीशन आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल या मनीष सिसोदिया जिसके भी हाथ में दिया हो, कितना कमीशन आपने उनको दिया, ये वीडियो बना करके आप डालिए। आप सीबीआई के पास जाइए, बिल्कुल निर्भीक होके जाइए। ये देशभक्ति का काम होगा। देश के लोगों का पैसा लूटा गया है तो इसको उजागर करना, स्टिंग बना करके डालना, वीडियो डालना कि हमारे से मनीष सिसोदिया ने 100 करोड़ लिए, 150 करोड़ रुपए लिए, हमने फलाने तारीख को फलाने जगह दिए। आप बिल्कुल डरिए मत, आप सामने आइए। देश के पैसे को बचाने के लिए, दिल्ली के राजस्व को बचाने के लिए आप आज कानून का साथ दीजिए और मनीष सिसोदिया जी को एक्सपोज करिए। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं और इसमें आज कोई दो मत नहीं है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी अब आपके लिए कोई एस्केप रूट नहीं है। हम आशा करते हैं कि इस पूरे विषय में आप अपनी सफाई देंगे। आदरणीय आदेश जी और मनोज तिवारी जी हैं, इन्होंने शुरू से ही इस लड़ाई को लड़ा है। मैं आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आपके समक्ष इसके राजनीतिक विश्लेषण को जरूर रखें।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय संबित जी और यहाँ उपस्थित आदरणीय मनोज तिवारी जी, श्रीमान हरीश खुराना जी और सभी हमारे पत्रकार मित्र। अभी आपने एक वीडियो, एक स्टिंग देखा है और देखते हुए वास्तव में हमें बड़ी दुख हुआ। एक मन में तकलीफ हो रही थी एक तरफ कि एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जिसने दिल्ली को पता नहीं कितने सपने दिखाए, दिल्ली को सिंगापुर लंदन बनाने के भी सपने दिखाए और जो ईमानदारी की बात करते करते हाथ में तिरंगा पकड़कर महात्मा गांधी की तस्वीर लेकर दिल्ली में आए थे, और कुर्सी पाने के बाद वो क्या से क्या हो गए देखते देखते। वास्तव में जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जो नई शराब की नीति लाए और उसके बाद उस शराब नीति के अंदर जो हजारों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है वो आज किसी से छुपा नहीं है। अभी संबित जी ने बहुत सारी बातें डिटेल में कही हैं। मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं कि जो केजरीवाल कहते थे 7 साल बेमिसाल, मैं ये कहूंगा कि 7 साल बेमिसाल नहीं, हर साल एक नए घोटाले का साल हो गया है। केजरीवाल ने नई शराब नीति लाकर जनता के टैक्स के पैसे को बर्बाद किया है अपने स्वार्थ के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए, शराब माफियाओं के लिए। और आज शायद आज जो शिक्षक दिवस है, गुरु दिवस है, इस पर इनके जो गुरु हैं अन्ना हजारे जी, वो भी आज बड़े बड़े आंसू निकाल कर रो रहे होंगे। अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले उन्होंने एक चिट्ठी भी लिखी थी, अरविंद केजरीवाल को चिट्ठी लिखी कि आपने जो हमारे समय सिद्धांत बनाए थे, स्वराज पुस्तक में लिखा था कि हम बेईमानी नहीं करेंगे, हम भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करेंगे, हम शराब के ठेके खुलने नहीं देंगे, लेकिन आपने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी पाने के बाद शराब माफियाओं को बढ़ाने के लिए, उनसे पैसे लेने के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार करने के लिए आपने अपने वो सभी नियम, कानून, सिद्धांत, विचारों को तिलांजलि दे दी और सत्ता पाते ही आप भ्रष्ट बन गए। आज वो गुरु भी, अन्ना हजारे भी रो रहे हैं। आज जिस तरह से कुलविंदर मारवा ने जो वीडियो में जो बातें कही हैं और उन बातों में बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि कैसे शराब की बिक्री बढ़ी और दिल्ली के राजस्व की में कमी आई। स्पष्ट हो रहा है कैसे रिटेलर का, शराब के ठेकेदारों का कमीशन बढ़ा और दिल्ली के राजस्व में कमी आती चली गई। यह बात बिल्कुल सही है कि पहले 330 रुपए प्रति बोतल जो राजस्व आता था वो घटकर नई शराब नीति में शराब ठेकेदारों को फायदा दिलाने के लिए वो घटकर 8 रुपए 27 पैसे रह गया। वास्तव में आज दुख तकलीफ के साथ एक गुस्सा भी है, और गुस्सा इसलिए है कि हमारी दिल्ली जो एक बेहतर दिल्ली होनी चाहिए थी, जिसकी जिम्मेदारी दिल्ली की जनता ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को सौंपी, मनीष सिसोदिया को सौंपी, लेकिन वो दिल्ली की बेहतरी के लिए, दिल्ली के लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए काम करने की बजाय वो शराब के ठेकेदारों की बेहतरी के लिए काम कर रहे थे। वो दिल्ली के हर घर में पानी पहुंचाने की बजाय हर गली मोहल्ले के नुक्कड़ों पर शराब के ठेके खोलने में व्यस्त थे। वो दिल्ली में बेहतर व्यवस्थाएं बनाने की बजाय वो शराब माफिया कैसे फायदा लें, इसके लिए नई नई पॉलिसी बना रहे थे। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आज बहुत संक्षेप में कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर जरा भी आपको शर्म है इस स्टिंग ऑपरेशन के बाद, अगर आपको जरा भी शर्म है तो मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें। अगर आपकी अंतरात्मा जरा भी झकझोर रही है कि आप ईमानदारी की बात करते थे, बेईमानी करी है आपने, तो आप तुरंत दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री, शराब मंत्री को तुरंत मंत्रिमंडल से बर्खास्त करें। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय मनोज जी।
सच तो ये है कि आज हमारी ही तरह दिल्ली के प्रत्येक नागरिक का हृदय रो रहा है। जितने सवाल, जितने प्रश्न हम करते थे, उस सारे प्रश्नों का जवाब ये स्टिंग ने दे दिया है। और ये भी आज स्पष्ट हो गया कि जो रेवेन्यू दिल्ली सरकार को आता था वो शराब व्यापारियों को क्यों दिया जाता था, क्योंकि वो पीछे से घूम करके इनके पास जाना होता था। आज दिल्ली के बच्चे कह रहे हैं कि मनीष अंकल आपने हम सबको ढाल बनाकर दिल्ली को ऐसे लूट लिया। दिल्ली की महिलाएं, माताएं, बहनें कह रही हैं कि बेटा केजरीवाल तुम अपना भोला भाला चेहरा दिखाकर इसके पीछे इतना बड़ा लुटेरा चेहरा रखे हुए थे। आज कच्ची कॉलोनियों के लोग क्या सोच रहे होंगे, जिनको टारगेट किया गया, इस स्टिंग में आया कि कच्ची कॉलोनियों में और ज्यादा बिक सकता है शराब, बेचो जितना बेच सकते हो। कच्ची कॉलोनियों के लोगों को, झुग्गी वालों को आप शराब के समंदर में डुबाना चाहते थे, लूटने के लिए दिल्ली को। तो अब समझ में आया है कि क्यों दिल्ली की ये दुर्दशा है, क्यों गलियां टूटी हैं, क्यों हवा प्रदूषित है, क्यों पानी जहरीला है। अब समझ में आ रहा है, दिल्ली समझ रही है। मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूं आदेश गुप्ता जी से, संबित पात्रा जी से, और निश्चित रूप से ऐसे लोगों को अपने पद पे बने रहने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। लेकिन हमारा मन यह भी कह रहा है कि सही मायने में दूध का दूध, शराब का शराब जारी है। चाहे जितनी भी कोशिश कर लो, जल्दी ही सिसोदिया और भ्रष्टाचारी गैंग के मुखिया अरविंद केजरीवाल की भी बारी है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय आदेश जी, मनोज जी। कोई सवाल हो तो आप लोग अवश्य पूछें। रवि जी, रवि। देखिए, जहां तक इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज का सवाल है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो डे वन से, जब से लिकर पॉलिसी, नई लिकर पॉलिसी सामने आई, उस विषय को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक्साइज विभाग में भी कंप्लेंट किया था, जिसका नतीजा हमने आपको दिखाया है। सड़कों पर भी हम लड़े, और ये जो स्टिंग ऑपरेशन हमने आपको दिखाया है, यह अभी पब्लिक डोमेन में है और स्वाभाविक है, ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है। और हम भी आशा करते हैं कि जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज हैं वो सुओ मोटो ही इसका कॉग्निजेंस लेंगी, क्योंकि ये पब्लिक डोमेन में है। नहीं, ये तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, ये तो आप लोगों के माध्यम से हमें पहुंचा है।
सवाल आपसे है कि जो बातें आपने की, उसका क्या उसका तात्पर्य है कि केजरीवाल से आप इस्तीफा मांगते हैं?
100% मैं समझता हूं कि मैं दिल्ली की जनता की बात रख रहा हूं। दे शुड रिजाइन।
तेरह नंबर अक्यूज मैंने
हाँ,
बताया। 13 नंबर अक्यूज सनी मारवा, इनका बेटा है। बिल्कुल सही बात है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है, दिखाया गया है बीजेपी के प्लेटफॉर्म से। अब मारवा जी भी हैं, उनसे भी आप लोग पूछताछ करिए कि उनका है कि नहीं। पहले आम आदमी पार्टी डिनाई तो करे, फिर अगला जो कदम होगा वो हम उन्हें बताएंगे। पहले वो डिनाई तो करे, उनका डिनायल नहीं आया अभी तक। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू जी। हम तो शराब के नाम पे जो लूट हो रहा है उसको दिखा रहे हैं, और व्यवसाय का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि उसकी आड़ में हम किसी स्टेट को लूट लें। ये हमारा फोकस है, और बाकी आप जो विषय कह रहे हैं वो बात की बात है।
थैंक यू।
So absolutely, that was the BJP's press conference taking on the Aam Aadmi Party, showing that sting, and in Sombit Patra's word, sting master ka sting ho gaya. He's saying that the people who are experts to do sting, they have been stinged upon, basing their press conference on the sting of Marwa, the father of the number 13 in the FIR, the accused number 13. His relative, his sting. Let's listen in. Viewers, let's listen in what exactly has been said in that video which BJP just released in their press conference. The video, please.
ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦੀ ਗੇਮ ਤੇ 80% ਹੈਗੀ
80%
1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ
ਅੱਛਾ
1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ
80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ
ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈ ਦੇ साढ़े तो 253 करोड़ ले लिया ठीक है जाओ तो जिन्हें मर्जी दुकाना करो जो मर्जी करो 20 पैसा माल आंदा
253 करोड़ एक बंदे दो
एक बंदे
अच्छा साल दा
253 नहीं ये तो मिनिमम साढ़ा है बाकी तो 500 करोड़ लिया साढ़े तो सब तो घाटा का
क्यों
गल में 20 टेंडर की भरे सी सब तो छोटे सी ले ले बाकी 200 टेंडर बने उन्हें महंगे मिले लेने पे असी जो टेंडर भरे सी ना कच्ची कॉलोनी के भरे सी जितनी दुकान सस्ती होंगी डिफेंस कॉलोनी सब डिफेंस भी मेन रोड है ना इस पास डिफेंस कॉलोनी है उधर दुकान है 200 रुपये फुट इस पास कोटला उधर 90 रुपये फुट गाहक सड़क टप के उधर चले जाता है पर वो टेंडर लैन वाले का बेड़ा गर्क हो गया ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਚੀ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਸਸਤੀ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸੇਲ ਤਾਂ ਸਸਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਸਸਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਮਾਲ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ 40 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 80 ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ 1+1 ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਕਈ 2 ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ
1+2 ਵੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ
ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ 2 ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ
ਪਹਿਲੇ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ
ਸਰ ਇੰਨੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ 70 ਪਹਿਲੇ 20 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ 70 ਰੁਪਏ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ 10 ਰੁਪਏ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ
ਅੱਛਾ
ਹੁਣ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ 20 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਲਓ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ
ਮੈਂ ਟੋਟਲ ਸੇਲ ਚੋਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਫਿਕਸ ਕਰ
ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਖੋਲੀ ਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਹੀਨੇ 10 ਲੱਖ ਦੇਣਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਲੋ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ
अच्छा फिक्स अमाउंट कर ले
हाँ
एक्साइज फिक्स कर दी
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇਣੇ ਨੇ ਸਮਝੇ
ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਹੋ
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਨੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਰੋਲ ਖਤਮ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੋ
मतलब फिक्स एक्साइज ड्यूटी देती और कुछ नहीं देता
साल दी
मतलब साल ਦੇ 60 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ 60 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇ ਆਦਮੀ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ
अच्छा
कितो 150 करोड़ हो गया उसने 60 करोड़
तो सरकार के खाते में है ना
नहीं वो सरकार के खाते नहीं वो दूसरे वाला अमाउंट कह रहे वो थोड़ा बता रहे हो तुम अभी
150 करोड़ से आप समझदार हो गए ना बड़े कारोबार गल ने गलती जी बड़ी की है ना जिस वक्त ठेके मिलने लगे उस वक्त जी ब्लैक लिस्ट कंपनी से उन्होंने दे दिते
हाँ ये भी आया पेपर
न्यूज बोल रहा है
ब्लैक लिस्ट वालों को बुला के दी
जद कि एयरपोर्ट का ठेका 250 करोड़ छुट्टिया से 150 वाला ने देता और कहता 250 वाला जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड है
अपने बंदों को कमाई कराई है
नहीं अपने बंदों को नहीं जी वो तो वो बंदे जो इनको दें इनके विश्वास पात्र हों
हाँ जो
गल ने ਵੱਡੇ 4-5 ਬੰਦੇ ਪਕੜ ਲਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀ L1 ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਕਿ 150 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੀ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਸੇਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ 90% ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ
तो उन्होंने जो खेल खेले उन तो दसना ही है ना कि ना एवं खेल खेलते हैं।
खेल तो 12% जानवर है, तो दो रानी कहाँ से है?
और शुरू में जो लेते हैं उन्होंने वो मोटे
लोड़ की सी 12 पर थोड़े गाड़ी का ट्रक आया 12% पैसे मिलेंगे 6 शुरू कीजिए जल्दी। शुरू का कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं ना, वो तो वैसे प्यार ना तुम जो दे दो वो तो 3.5 दिन तो पहले वही दे देंगे जड़े विचोले गए सी
विचोले
ਹੁਣ ਵਿਚੋਲੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜੋ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ
ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਨਾ।
ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ? ਪਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਜੇ ਸੈਟਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ 6% ਜੋ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਲੈ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ 6% ਆਸਾਨ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਸਮਝੋ
ਦੇਣਾ
ਹੈ।
6% ਦੇਣਾ ਵੀ ਆਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ।
ਸੁਣ ਲਓ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਮਾਲ ਆਇਆ 100 ਕਰੋੜ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ 12 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਇਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਗਈ। ਉਹ 6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਐਵੇਂ ਦੇਊਗਾ 10 ਛੱਡੋ।
ਹਾਂ ਉਹੀ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਸੀ ਸਾਰੀ।
6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ? ਉਹ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਤੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ। ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਰ ਨੋਟ ਨੂੰ ਉਧਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਂਗੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ
ਬਈ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ 2% ਤੋਂ 12% ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ किस तरह हो गई?
आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, वहाँ के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जेल में है। पंजाब के जहाँ आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है वहाँ पर भी स्वास्थ्य मंत्री भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोपों में बर्खास्त है, जेल में। आप कल्पना कीजिए जिनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जेल में भ्रष्टाचार के चलते, जिनके कई विधायकों की छुट्टी हुई भ्रष्टाचार के चलते, ये बेवड़ी सरकार, कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की पहचान है। आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को आज बेवड़ी सरकार और कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार के नाम पर जाना जाता है। इनके ऊपर जो आरोप लगे शराब घोटाले के, मुख्य आरोपी मनीष सिसोदिया जी और किंगपिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आज तक जवाब नहीं दे पाए। 15 दिन से ज़्यादा समय बीत गया, एक भी सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया। 2% से कमीशन बढ़ाकर 12% क्यों हुई? किस किस ने खाई? मलाई अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने कितनी खाई? 144 करोड़ वापस किए शराबियों को, शराब व्यापारियों को। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कितने लिए? सिसोदिया जी कितने लिए? 30 करोड़ अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट वापस किया। केजरीवाल जी, सिसोदिया जी कितने कितने लिए? क्यों वापस दिए? ये सवाल जनता पूछती है। महिलाएं विरोध करती थी ठेका खोलने का, युवा विरोध करते थे, आपने क्यों वहाँ पर ठेके खोले? मोहल्ला क्लिनिक तो नहीं, मोहल्ला ठेका आपकी पहचान बना है। बात ये बार बार खड़ी होती है कि जो नोटिस 25 अक्टूबर को दिया उस पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? शराब नीति में बदलाव क्यों लाए? कितना इसमें से पैसा कमाया? और अगर आप कहते हो कि शराब नीति ठीक थी तो वापस क्यों की? ये बार बार सवाल खड़ा हो रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जुबान बंद है, कुछ नहीं बोल रहे, क्योंकि घोटाला इतना बड़ा है कि जिसकी गूंज आज पूरे देश में है। जो कभी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाने की बात करते थे, आज भ्रष्टाचार के दलदल में इतना अरविंद केजरीवाल डूब चुके हैं कि आज उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में, अब कई औरों की तैयारी जेल जाने की।
So that was Central Minister Anurag Thakur hitting back and calling Arvind Kejriwal's government a Bevdi Sarkar. I have with me my colleague Piyush Mishra, who's live with the BJP leader Harish Khurana, who was present in that press conference. Piyush, over to you. Piyush, if you still have Harish with you, over to you, Piyush, first. And then I'm coming to you, Harsha. Piyush.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes, he is with me, Aishwarya, and let me try to ask from BJP as to from where they have got this and are they going to move ahead with this sting operation to the investigative agencies for the further investigation in this very case. From where you have got this, my first question, and are you going to move ahead to the investigative agencies with this?
Don't ask the source, but this sting is authenticated, point number one, and let the Manish Sisodia reply it. Our question, what we've been asking from the Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal since day one, you have changed the policy by taking the bribe. You have done a lot of corruption in this. 2% से 12% you have done it. why you have done it, and the balance money you're giving in the cash, it has been proved in this thing. Now Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia has to answer these questions.
Manish Sisodia seems to be avoiding this. He's saying that I have to first see what BJP has shown and then only he's going to answer. He's doing it press conference also at 2 p.m. Would you request him to speak on this?
As usual, they always change the posts. As usual. We all know that. We want a clear-cut reply. What have to you say to on this thing? Point number one. Why have you changed the policy? Why have you done from 2% to 12% commission? Why have you given a blacklisted company the retail vents? We all asking the question from the day one. All the BJP leaders, including Sambit Patra, Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta, everybody is asking the same question. Why they don't replying it? In spite of replying it, they are changing the goalposts. So this diversion politics will not do. You have to give the answer, and especially after this thing.
You were part of this big press conference. I want to ask you, 80% commission allegation has also been, means point which has also been raised. A, B, 6% commission to the government people or to Aam Aadmi Party people. What do you have to say on that?
That's what we are saying it. You have done a commission from 2% to 12%. Balance 10% will be divided equally into by the Arvind Kejriwal and the wholesalers. Point number one. And point number two, we have seen that data that the commission of the retailers and the wholesalers has been gone many folds. 100 times. So this money has been given by in cash.
Yes, Aishwarya, I can hear you. Yes.
Well, absolutely, Piyush. I'm going to come to you, but I'm just going to transfer you to our sister channel, Republic Bharat, and then you can really ask those questions in Hindi while I go to Madhurima, who's right at the Aam Aadmi Party office, and also Harsha. Harsha, I'm coming to you first, and Piyush, you could go to Republic Bharat. Harsha, you categorically asked that question to Manish Sisodia. Have you looked at the sting? Manish Sisodia replied, I need to look at the sting, and only then, and now he's doing a press conference at 2. But the BJP and none other but Central Minister Anurag Thakur is calling it a Bevdi Sarkar, the Delhi government. Harsha.
Seems like, Aishwarya, they had no clue in morning that BJP is going to release such a expose sting operation of Sunny Marwa's father, Kulwinder Singh Marwa. Therefore, we literally saw at 10 o'clock when Manish Sisodia arrived at Tyagaraja Stadium where Teachers' Day program is going on. In his speech, it's clearly stated that BJP is complaining about all the corruption which is done in the education model and the Delhi excise policy. But we proudly want to say that we are proud that we have made extra classroom, we are proud that we have made extra toilets, and BJP is pressurizing CBI and ED. But now when we asked him the question that BJP has released this sting operation, he clearly stated that they have no idea about it. They will speak on this after they will once see the entire sting operation. Now they have
absolutely, Harsha, if I could just go to Madhurima. Madhurima is at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Madhurima, we are being told that there is going to be a press conference, but at the Delhi Secretariat by Manish Sisodia at 2 p.m. What's happening at the Aam Aadmi Party office? Because BJP has done this massive press conference and calling the Delhi government as a Bevdi Sarkar. Madhurima, over to you.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. What we can see here at Aam Aadmi Party office is that there is pin drop silence, which is very questionable because at this entire time when BJP was leveling these serious allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party, they were firing very belligerent attacks against the Aam Aadmi Party, and they were very precise about each and every allegations that was being put by the BJP. But like my colleague Harsha was pointing out, that Manish Sisodia was quite taken aback by this entire exposure.
But till now, Madhurima, Harsha, we've seen a minute-to-minute counter. We've seen an hourly counter. Right from day one, we've seen an hourly counter, Madhurima, and we've covered these press conferences. Every hour, if BJP is doing a PC, then there's going to be a counter PC. Now, BJP has done this massive press conference. Are you being told, Madhurima, that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to do a counter press conference to it? Or is it only going to be Manish Sisodia at the Delhi Secretariat, where Harsha is?
Absolutely. Yes, at the Delhi Secretariat around 2, Manish Sisodia will be coming in front of the media and answering all the questions, Aishwarya. And as you were pointing out, that this time the Aam Aadmi Party has been caught a bit off guard, because like you were pointing out, there was a point-to-point, man-to-man marking kind of press conference happening in the past. As BJP used to schedule their press conference, the Aam Aadmi Party used to push out their schedule of their press conference. But right now, what we can see from the Sisodia's reaction that they have
very
been
clear,
caught
Harsha.
a bit off guard.
Harsha,
We'll have to
allegations
wait and
are very
watch as
clear.
to how
Anurag Thakur, cabinet minister, came out. Madhurima, Harsha, the allegations are very clear. In that sting which the BJP just released in their press conference in presence of their BJP Delhi president, the former president and the present MP Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta and Harish Khurrana, they are saying that this is the final nail. The father, the relative of accused number 13 in the charge sheet has come out in front of that camera, that sting, which BJP claims and says that he is nailing the Delhi government. So BJP is completely vouching for this sting.
Exactly, Aishwarya. BJP is completely packed with all the evidences and proofs which they have against the Aam Aadmi Party liquor tenders whom they have allotted the liquor vents. And now we are seeing Sunny Marwa is one of the liquor vendors of Delhi who was previously also allotted many vents in the old Delhi excise policy, and he has been named as an accused in FIR in number 13. And Kulwinder Singh Marwa is clearly stating, who is the father, he's saying that I was the one who used to give money to the Aam Aadmi Party ministers. He's directly claiming that he used to give money to Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. Not only this, the all mayhem of everything, how it has been done, how liquor vent was allotted, what is the profitable vents in Defence Colony, what is it in Kotla Mubarakpur, how much percentage is divided, everything he has exposed Aam Aadmi Party from top to bottom. Literally, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal would have been taken aback with this entire thing, because Aishwarya, as you stated previously, we saw back-to-back press conferences, one BJP, one Aam Aadmi Party, but today Aam Aadmi Party is taking almost 1 hour time to prepare the counter attack.
The BJP is asking who pocketed this massive amount, to whom this massive amount which Mr. Marwa, and we have our team at Marwa residence. Our colleague of Republic Bharat, Vivek, is there. We are going to go live to him. But Madhurima, the BJP and none other but Central Minister Anurag Thakur is calling the Arvind Kejriwal government, Manish Sisodia government as a Bevdi Sarkar, and is asking this question, that where has this massive amount of money gone? Where has all the moolah gone? Madhurima.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya, because the point here is the way this person in this sting, Mr. Marwa, the father of one of the accused in the FIR, he is very brazenly speaking that how 253 crores was given by him, and it is a small amount where the government has even charged over 500 crores per year from many people. So this kind of amount, if from one person is being siphoned from the Aam Aadmi Party, as it is being alleged by the BJP, this is a big question that where did the entire amount go? Remember, Aishwarya, a few days back, Sambit Patra had raised this question that initially when the government used to earn around 30 rupees per bottle, why has that amount come down to rupees 8? This was a question that they were pressing upon, and now that they have their sting in the kitty, it all...
We have Vivek with us. We are just going to go to our sister channel, Republic Bharat. Our colleague Vivek is right there. We will just go live. He has entered the Marwa residence. Our colleague Vivek has entered the Marwa residence. That frame has gone still. The live view, we are just trying to reconnect with our colleague Vivek. He has entered the Marwa residence, Harsha and Madhurima. So we are going to ask the man who was shown by the BJP in that sting, Mr. Marwa, relative of accused number 13 in that charge sheet, where accused number 1 is Manish Sisodia. We are trying to connect back with our colleague Vivek, who has entered the residence, the Marwa residence, and we are going to get him on camera on Republic First and get what exactly happened on our mic. What is exactly? Is he saying this is his video? So all of that, we are going to get Marwa first. He is the relative, father of accused number 13 in the charge sheet, where Manish Sisodia is accused number 1. Harsha, coming back to you till we are able to connect with Vivek. But we are just going to play the reaction of Central Minister Anurag Thakur first, and then going to Vivek. What has Anurag Thakur? Anurag Thakur is hitting back at the Aam Aadmi Party government, calling it a Bevdi Sarkar. Anurag Thakur, viewers.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कितने लिए, सिसोदिया जी कितने लिए? 30 करोड़ अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट वापस किया। केजरीवाल जी, सिसोदिया जी कितने कितने लिए, क्यों वापस दिए? ये सवाल जनता पूछती है। महिलाएं विरोध करती थी ठेका खोलने का, युवा विरोध करते थे, आपने क्यों वहां पर ठेके खोले? मोहल्ला क्लिनिक तो नहीं, मोहल्ला ठेका आपकी पहचान बना है। बात ये बार बार खड़ी होती है कि जो नोटिस 25 अक्टूबर को दिया उस पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? शराब नीति में बदलाव क्यों लाए? कितना इसमें से पैसा कमाया? और अगर आप कहते हो कि शराब नीति ठीक थी तो वापस क्यों की? ये बार बार सवाल खड़ा हो रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जुबान बंद है, कुछ नहीं बोल रहे, क्योंकि घोटाला इतना बड़ा है कि जिसकी गूंज आज पूरे देश में है। जो कभी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आवाज उठाने की बात करते थे, आज भ्रष्टाचार के दलदल में इतना अरविंद केजरीवाल डूब चुके हैं कि आज उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में, अब कई औरों की तैयारी जेल जाने की।
Well, that's right. And at this point of time, I'm just going to tell you that the central, we are being told there is going to be another press conference by the BJP within the next 60 minutes itself. So BJP is not letting it go. BJP is saying they need an answer from the Aam Aadmi Party government. They need a reply from Arvind Kejriwal. They need a reply from Manish Sisodiya. That's what we are just being told. There is going to be another press conference, this time by the Delhi unit of the BJP within the next 60 minutes. And while that is happening, we are being told that Manish Sisodiya is going to reply. Manish Sisodiya, the Deputy Chief Minister of New Delhi, is going to reply at 2 p.m. at Delhi Secretariat. That's what we are being told at this very point of time. But BJP is going to do another press conference, viewers. And I have with me my colleague Madhurima and Harsha, and also Piyush Mishra is going to join in, while our colleague Vivek has entered the residence of Mr. Marwa, the man who was shown in that sting by the BJP in their press conference. So Harsha, we are going to get him first, and we are going to get Mr. Marwa on camera first. But then, Harsha, the BJP is doing back-to-back press conferences, demanding an explanation, demanding an answer. We've seen Sambit Patra, we've seen Adesh Gupta. Yes, we have our colleague Vivek. I'm being told that the feed is better now. If we could just go over to Vivek, and then I'm coming to you, Harsha.
हमें अभी तो नया 2 महीना हमको आया हुए
2 महीने हो गए, तो ये तो पता होगा कि घर में कितने लोग रहते हैं, किस मंजिल पर घर है, ये भी नहीं पता है, ये कुछ बताना नहीं चाह रहे हो।
फर्स्ट पे रहते थे, अब पता नहीं कब गए हैं, पता नहीं, हम नहा रहे थे में।
तो फर्स्ट पे ऊपर पूरा जो है ऊपर कितने मंजिल बना हुआ है? छोड़ो उसको, कोई बात नहीं। ऊपर पूरे ऊपर रहते हैं, कौन से फ्लोर पर रहते हैं?
एक फ्लोर में तो पूरा खाली है, पूरा खाली है,
पूरा खाली है। तो ये यहाँ से लेकर ऊपर तक सब उन्हीं का है? उन्हीं का है।
हाँ जी।
तो कुछ बताया आपको?
अब ऊपर उनके है, लेकिन कोई रहता नहीं है।
हाँ, कोई रहता नहीं है। कल 2 दिन पहले कोई लोग आए थे क्या यहाँ पे?
हम
कब से गायब है वो? कब से नहीं है यहाँ?
अरे हमको पता नहीं महाराज।
अच्छा, पता नहीं है। आपका नाम क्या बताया आपने?
हीरालाल।
हैं? हीरालाल यहाँ पे चौकीदारी करते हैं। हीरालाल का कहना है कि उन्हें कुछ पता नहीं है, और यहाँ से सनी मारवा और कुलदीविंदर मारवा है, दोनों पिता पुत्र हैं। हाँ। दोनों नहीं है यहाँ पे? नहीं, दोनों नहीं है यहाँ पर, दोनों नहीं है। ठीक है, हम कोशिश करेंगे एक बार फिर से अंदर आने की और देखेंगे, क्योंकि फर्स्ट फ्लोर बताया जा रहा है यहाँ पर जो है फर्स्ट फ्रेम बताया जा रहा है, फर्स्ट फ्लोर बताया जा रहा है, और हम कोशिश करेंगे एक एक तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए, क्योंकि महत्वपूर्ण बात ये है, जब से ये पूरा खुलासा हुआ है कई सारे आरोप हैं शराब नीति को लेकर, और ये जो बीजेपी ने स्टिंग जारी किया है कुलविंदर मारवा, आरोपी नंबर 13 सनी मारवा की यहाँ पर
All right, Vivek there at the Marwa residence. He's trying to see whether Marwa and his son are there at the spot. I'm going to go straight back to our executive editor.
All right, we'll get to them in a second right now, but this is a big story we're tracking right now, viewers, where the BJP has released a liquor-gate sting against Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the liquor-gate sting was released by the BJP just a short while back. In the shocking sting, the liquor-gate accused confesses to the bribes. The liquor-gate sting was released by the BJP, and the sting was released with the demand that Arvind Kejriwal should immediately axe Manish Sisodia. The sting was released with the allegation it is now established that blacklisted companies were given licenses by Kejriwal government, liquor lobbies exploited profits at the cost of the taxpayer, and commissions were doled out at an astronomical rate of 12%. All right, let's have a look at what Manish Sisodia also said a short while back.
टुच्ची राजनीति करते रहते हैं, फर्जी एफआईआर कराते रहते हैं, फर्जी दिन रात 24 घंटे फर्जी करते रहते हैं। तो इस सब से देश नंबर 1 नहीं बनेगा। देश के प्रधानमंत्री 24 घंटे यही सोचते रहते हैं सीबीआई में किसको फंसाएं, ईडी में किसको फंसाएं, चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराएं। इससे नंबर 1 नहीं बनेगा। देश के शिक्षकों का साथ दें। देश के शिक्षकों को आज शिक्षक दिवस पर संकल्प करें कि देश के एक-एक शिक्षक को अच्छी नौकरी, काम करने की अच्छी सुविधाएं, अच्छे स्कूल देंगे तो देश नंबर 1 बनेगा। मैं शिक्षक दिवस के अवसर पर यही अपील करता हूं। लेकिन आज इतना बड़ा स्टिंग ऑपरेशन दिखाया जिसमें उन्होंने जो सनी मारवा के पिता उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह से एक्साइज पॉलिसी में फायदा पहुंच रहा था, लेकर जिनको टेंडर्स मिले। अभी मैं टीचर्स अवार्ड में था, फिर देख के बात करेंगे।
Who do I go to next? All right, so Harsha is joining me live right now. Harsha, take us through exactly where you are right now and what is the significance of this big liquor sting, because you know the BJP is clearly saying the top focus was the alleged bribes, black money and blacklisted companies as it plays out in the released sting. So this is a big top focus of the sting, where clearly, you know, Liquorgate continues to haunt Arvind Kejriwal, but this sting has extreme ramifications. Harsha, take us through exactly what you're learning.
Exactly. A while back, I spoke to Manish Sisodia, where I clearly asked him the question regarding the sting, regarding the expose which BJP has done of Sani Marwa's father, Kulwinder Singh Marwa. But it was crystal clear where Manish Sisodia stated that he has not seen the sting and therefore he cannot respond unless he sees the sting. Now we are at Delhi Secretariat waiting for Manish Sisodia's press conference. Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy CM, is going to have a press conference at 2 o'clock. We are waiting where we are expecting him to respond against the sting operation which have been raised by BJP, where they are clearly stating that this is the evidence on which how all the liquor mafias have gotten the vents, how the corruption was done, how the profit was earned, where Kulwinder Singh Marwa can clearly be seen stating that he himself went to give the money to Delhi Deputy CM, where he is seriously alleging serious allegation against those how vents were allotted, how the vents in posh area and the slum area were different, how the commission was made. These are some serious allegations, and now BJP is clearly stating that these are all the evidences which are against Deputy CM Manish Sisodia, and he clearly has to respond. Now let me tell you that the Aam Aadmi Party is having back-to-back conferences at 2 o'clock and 2:30. At 2 p.m, Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM, will respond to this liquor gate sting operation, and at 2:30 p.m, Gopal Rai, Delhi Minister, will also speak against this liquor gate sting operation. But let me tell you that Aam Aadmi Party was not expecting such a sting. They are taken aback. When Manish Sisodia reached at Prayagraj Stadium at 10 o'clock, he was not expecting that BJP is going to have such a press conference where they are going to show the sting operation. They have been taken aback. They were not guarded. And now they need a 1 hour time to plan what they can respond to this liquor gate sting operation. We have always seen Aam Aadmi Party since few weeks how they were quite prepared to answer BJP's question. The series of back-to-back press conference we have seen, but now Aam Aadmi Party office is clearly silent. No words from Atishi, no words from Saurabh Bharadwaj, no words even from Sanjay Singh has yet come on this liquor gate sting operation. So clearly it mentions that they have been taken aback. They was not expecting that such a sting operation of Sunny Marwa's, the FIR, the 13 accused in the FIR of CBI, his father will give such evidences against the excise policy, new excise policy. How come the corruption has been done? So we are waiting here at Delhi Secretariat at 2 p.m. Very important press conference by Minister Sisodia, where he will answer to all the questions which Anurag Thakur, Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta and
thank you for getting those details. Harsha is telling us that Manish Sisodia, when she asked him, did not know about the sting, but he will look at it at 2 p.m. approximately. Aam Aadmi Party will hold a press conference and reply to that Liquorgate sting. Thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. Let's move on to the other big story we're tracking here on Republic TV. And this one is coming in from Maharashtra. In fact, Amit Shah has arrived in Mumbai for a 2-day visit. He met Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde, CM Devendra Fadnavis, and also the state BJP chief and others at the airport. Right now, we can tell you is that Amit Shah is at Fadnavis's residence. Big news coming in right now. Amit Shah is at Fadnavis's residence, and this is coming just before the BMC elections are around the corner. Earlier in the day, apart from visiting famous Ganesha pandals in the city, he will also be holding meetings with BJP leaders and drawing a blueprint for the BMC poll. Sandeep is joining me live to take us through exactly what's happening there on ground. Sandeep, over to you. Right now, Amit Shah is at Fadnavis' residence and they're also doing a puja.
So indeed, yes, Amit Shah is on one-day visit to Mumbai, and in fact yesterday he has arrived, and today he took darshan at one of the famous Ganpati Mandal, Lal Bagh Cha Raja, and post which he is out here at Devendra Fadnavis's residence, Sagar Bungalow, and today more than 200 district secretaries as well as presidents have been called out here, especially the BJP MLAs from Mumbai have been called here for the meeting, and this is said to be a crucial meeting just before the municipal corporation elections. And remember, BJP does not want to lose anything when it comes to BMC. Remember how the shuffle happens in the state of Maharashtra, how Devendra Fadnavis formed his government in the state of Maharashtra. Now it's time for BMC. Remember, Shiv Sena has a big hold and a big share in BMC, and now it is the time wherein BJP wants to maximize the things in BMC and get more and more representatives elected in the upcoming BMC election. So basically a strategy meet is out here at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Home Minister Amit Shah is out here and is also briefing to all its party workers and also the MLAs and also the candidates who will be in fact contesting the elections in upcoming BMC elections. So definitely, and before that, Ashish Shelar has been given the responsibility of Mumbai. He's been made the Mumbai president and of BJP, and he will be looking after for the upcoming BMC election. And remember, Ashish Shelar is known to be the man of Amit Shah, and now in the same sequence he has been given the responsibility of a BMC election. So definitely do's and don'ts will be discussed, and the responsibilities and the kind of strategy will be there for BJP. That are the points that would be discussed in the ongoing meeting. Back to you.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for joining us with all those details. Amit Shah at Fadnavis' residence right now, where they are also attending a Ganesh Puja, and it's an extremely important time. As Sandeep said, the BMC elections are just around the corner, so the plan will be on to build a foolproof plan to take control of the civic body from the Shiv Sena ahead of also the Lok Sabha elections, which will be coming in later in the year 2024. All right, let's move our focus to south now, where we're getting in visuals of Bengaluru, where several parts of Bengaluru remain inundated due to severe waterlogging after heavy rainfall, as citizens continue to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rain that led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several areas, and also caused traffic congestion. Visuals coming in on your screen of that right now, where Bengaluru is reeling from extremely heavy floods. As you can see, heavy rain pounds the city. Several areas in Bengaluru are waterlogged. Traffic has been hit at this point of time. Big update coming in from Bengaluru, where several parts remain inundated due to heavy rainfall. And this is coming as a backdrop of citizens continuing to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rain that led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several areas, and also is causing traffic congestion at this point of time. And we can tell you is that non-stop heavy rainfall has lashed the city. And Niranjan is joining me on the phone line, our executive edit. All right, Nivedana is joining me on the as well. Nivedana, take us through exactly, the state of the city every time that there is a rainfall.
Right. So every time that there is a rainfall, we do see that there's a flood-like situation. There's water clogging. Also, in several parts of the city, there are inundated roads. Now, the bigger question ultimately is that when the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike was aware of the fact that an IMD alert has been issued, as well as the Met Department also stated that it is going to be, raining like this, what have they been doing to take stock of the situation? Because remember, Bengaluru does not see, often sees rains like this, but is definitely not prepared. And these visuals are, across the city. We're not talking about just one particular area that's being affected. Although the other day we did see visuals of this kind in the outer ring road, or rather the IT corridor, where areas like Whitefield, Mahadevpura, Vartur Lake have also been affected. But the fact that even Kempegowda International Airport Limited has also been affected, it is such an embarrassment for the city and the officials as well. Because if you just focus on the fact that IT companies also have lost about 225 crores due to this particular situation, and this was actually addressed to Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai as well, and he did state apparently that he will be addressing the situation by talking to them, because they have faced an estimate of 225 crores of a loss due to the water clogging. So that, of course, says a lot. And, of course, on the other hand, traffic has come to a standstill. We're seeing BMTC buses being stuck in different parts of the city. Commuters are finding it difficult, to travel around, as well as residents. In fact, in one part of Bengaluru, we were seeing tractors being used for residents to move in and out, of their houses. And we're talking about a city like Bengaluru, which is a prominent part. In fact, I would also like to focus on the fact that one area of Bengaluru, which is the IT corridor, the Whitefield area, which has been the worst affected, in fact, in the visuals as well, contributes to 32% of revenue to Karnataka. Now, if citizens are not being given the basics of being provided proper roads and proper facilities.
All right. Absolutely. So big focus on making sure the quality of the city's infrastructure remains intact amid heavy rainfall and water logging in Bengaluru. Thank you for joining us, Nivedana, and keep us updated on this big story we're tracking from South. All right, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Mr. arrived at the iconic Lal Baksha Raja Pandal in Mumbai amid tight security. This marks the first visit of Shah after the formation of Shinde government. He was accompanied by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. In a big lead in Cyrus mystery death case, a CCTV tape has emerged before the accident. As per the police, a tragic accident unfurled after the driver there lost control of the vehicle. Anger on the streets of Jharkhand's Dumka district after alleged tribals rape case amid back-to-back crime against women in Jharkhand. Protesters demand CBI inquiry and capital punishment against accused.
उसको सीबीआई जांच करनी चाहिए, उसके बाद उसके परिवार को 1 करोड़ मुआवजा देना चाहिए, उसके परिवार में लोगों को एक सरकारी नौकरी देना चाहिए, और जो अरमान अंसारी है उसको जल्द से जल्द फांसी होनी चाहिए। नहीं तो आदिवासी संगठन चुप बैठने वाला नहीं है, उसको अंजाम तक ले
Amid demand for justice, protesters raised slogans against Hemant Soren government in the Jharkhand after a back-to-back crime against women in Dumka. Police have tightened security in Jharkhand's Dumka district. This comes amid protest and sloganeering by the tribal community against Jharkhand government. Situation remains tense there in Jharkhand's Dumka district as a massive outrage sparks protests. Protesters demand justice for the tribal girl who was hanged on a tree in the district. Death toll in Lucknow's fire mishap continues to rise. Meanwhile, several firefighters at the spot continue to evacuate people trapped inside the hotel. At least 18 people have been evacuated from the hotel. Viewers, some big breaking coming in at this point of time. Hemant Soren has won the trust vote in Jharkhand Assembly. The ruling party has secured 48 votes in the 81-member assembly while the BJP abstained. Hemant Soren wins trust vote in Jharkhand Assembly. The ruling party secured 48 votes in the 81 assembly. This is the big news coming in. Remember that Hemant Soren had tabled a confidence motion in the assembly. They have been claiming that the opposition is trying to poach MLAs, and that's what has prompted the move of Hemant Soren. Remember that Hemant Soren is also facing a lot of uncertainty following a petition seeking his disqualification as an MLA in an office of profit case.
मुख्यमंत्री ने इनकार किया था इस पर। अब आप लोग उससे पूछे ना, आप उनसे पूछिए। जो लातेहार की बात की जा रही है, आप उनसे पूछिए। सेटलमेंट 2000 देखिए सुनिए ना, वो सब कुछ यहाँ का जो एक-एक कर तमाम लोग बाहर आ रहे हैं।
All right, Prakash is joining me. Prakash, this is the big development coming in where he has won the trust vote in the Jharkhand Assembly. Take us to the details.
Well, the Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren mooted a proposal for trust vote today in the special assembly convened, and he has secured 48 votes. That means that 48 MLAs are in support of Hemant Soren in the 81-member assembly of Jharkhand. And apparently the BJP also abstained. Now this whole dilemma of uncovering the letter from the Election Commission of India, which was written to the governor on charges of office of profit, has fallen flat. I can say that now that the governor is yet to take a decision, and there is a amount of uncertainty in Jharkhand, keeping in mind the fact that the BJP leaders have been tweeting and saying that the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is all set to lose his membership on charges of office of profit. But the decision has not been taken for the past 10 days or so. And the governor is deliberating with the legal councils as well. Now, the JMM was alleging that the BJP was trying to poach its MLAs and in order to form a government, and the most vulnerable was the Congress party MLAs, and that is why, as a result of which, they were all flown to Raipur. And yesterday from Raipur they came back to Ranchi for the special session that was convened in the Jharkhand Assembly in Ranchi. And today Hemant Soren has won the trust vote with support of 48 MLAs, and the BJP leaders abstaining. Now all eyes are on the governor as to what he will do, because pleas were heard, petitions were heard, and the Election Commission apparently has taken a decision which has to be uncovered. And if it means that Hemant Soren and his brother Basant Soren has to lose the membership, then Jharkhand will see a new chief minister, and what are the conditions, what are the rulings, what is the decision that the governor takes and is forwarded to the speaker, and thereon to the Election Commission regarding the condition if at all Hemant Soren can contest elections if he loses membership from the Jharkhand Assembly on charges of office of profit. If he is debarred from contesting elections in future for 3 years, then he will not be able to contest elections now as well as in 2024 Assembly elections. In that case, a new chief minister has to be elected, and we'll have to wait and watch who that person would be, and there would be an agreement on that person's name within the JMM as well as in the Congress, and that's where the catch lies, and that's what the BJP is waiting for. So all eyes on the governor's decision as to what decision he takes on Hemant Soren membership now, even though the UPA government has the numbers. Right. They have the majority with them in the 81-member assembly.
All right, thank you, Prakash, for getting those details. So Hemant Soren has won the trust vote in Jharkhand Assembly. The ruling party has secured 48 votes, viewers, in the 81-member assembly. The BJP had abstained. Time for a very, very short break. On that note, coming up on the other side, much more breaking developments on Republic TV.
A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
Viewers, we are live and breaking right now. Some more developments coming in. This Monday afternoon, Nitish to meet Rahul Gandhi at 6 p.m. He may also meet opposition leaders, other opposition leaders. In fact, the CM of Bihar has said that he would meet senior leaders from various parties during his trip to New Delhi, which is starting from today. And what we have learned is that Rahul Gandhi and him will meet at 6 p.m. That's what we're learning right now. In fact, they had held the JDU had held a National Council meeting in Patna a short while back, where he had said that that BJP, which was a former alliance partner, in fact, he had made some comments against the opposition partner that he had earlier. And right now, we would like to also tell you that Nitish Kumar is likely to meet Rahul Gandhi at 6 p.m. So multiple developments expected today right now with the Bihar CM Nitish Kumar saying that he would meet senior leaders from various parties during his trip. And the focus of Nitish Kumar would be basically to put up a plan, a united plan, and unite the opposition together by burying their differences that they have. Well, that is a plan that Nitish Kumar has at this point of time. But what we can tell you is that the JDU has also held a meet before this meeting, which will happen in Delhi, where Nitish Kumar, the Bihar CM, is coming to New Delhi, and he has a huge agenda ahead of him today. One of the agenda is to meet Rahul Gandhi later on. So he's all set to meet opposition leaders. That could also include Sonia Gandhi, among other opposition leaders in Delhi. So that is something we'll be tracking on Republic TV extremely closely. And we're also getting some more leads that he might be meeting Kejriwal as well in the national capital. So big developments coming in at this point of time, viewers. And Nitish Kumar is all set for his Delhi trip, and he has a huge itinerary ahead of him today for his Delhi trip. Remember that Nitish Kumar will be in Delhi today to meet opposition leaders, and this is we are seeing as something which is a run-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And Nitish Kumar has already announced his national ambitions after he had in fact left the BJP to rejoin hands with Tejasvi Yadav-led RJD. And he had also met CM K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Patna. All right, we're getting some more breaking news at this point of time, and this is coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is hearing petitions against political parties using religious names and symbols, that is AIMIM and IUML and other issues notice. And in fact, there's a comment being made by the senior advocate saying that they're political parties whose name and symbols violate the RP Act. So we're getting some more updates right now on parties using religious names and symbols. So we're talking about AIMIM and IUML, and other issues have been there other notices as well. And this is a big development that we're getting for now. The Supreme Court issuing a notice there to AIMIM and IUML. Big updates coming in this point of time from the Apex Court. We'll get you more details as we get them right now by our legal correspondents. But this is the big update we're getting at this point of time. Supreme Court taking note of these petitions which are being heard about religious tinge to the names being used and the symbols being used. And the notice is on religious symbols and issued notice. The Supreme Court issued the notice, particularly right now. We can tell you that the two political parties that we're talking about at this point of time is AIMIM and IUML, and some others are also issued the notice. That's what we're learning so far. The senior advocate there saying that there are political parties whose name and symbols violate the RP Act. Getting some top updates right now on this big story. And in fact, Supreme Court has issued notice on plea to ban political parties using religious names and symbols. That's what we are learning right now. And an entire bench, which is comprising of Justice M.R. Shah and Justice Krishna Murari, are considering a PIL filed by a couple of people seeking to enforce a mandate of Section 29A and 123 and the Representation of People's Act, which prohibits the luring of the voters on ground of their religion. So this is big news waiting for you. In fact, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia, appearing for the petitioner, has submitted that two parties which are recognized state parties have the word Muslim in their name. And we're talking about IUML and AIMIM. So Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said this right now, like we just told you, that Gaurav Bhatia is appearing for the petitioner, and he said that the two parties which are recognized state parties have the word Muslim in their name, and some parties have the crescent moon and stars in their official flags. He said the petition listed several other parties which have religious names. He also placed reliance on the Supreme Court bench judgment of S.R. Bomai versus Union of India, and submitted that it was held by this court that secularism is part of the basic feature. So many comments coming out from senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia, who's representing the petitioners at this point of time. Big news coming in, where we can tell you is that Supreme Court issued notice on plea to ban political parties using religious names and symbols. And Rhythm is joining me, our executive editor legal, to help us understand the notice which has been given to these two political parties by the Supreme Court. Rhythm, over to you.
Well, it's a plea that is seeking cancellation symbol or name which, according to the petitioner, symbolizes any religion. The Supreme Court issues a notice that will come out on October 18th next. The plea was filed by Syed Wasim Rizvi. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appeared to the petitioner and said that there are political parties whose name and symbols violate the Representation of People's Act. There are parties with flag having crescent moons and stars, and Bhatia said, can political parties have in their name a religious connotation? The Supreme Court has granted leave to amend so that parties can be added to the petition, which was a plea seeking cancellation of religious names and symbols. And the Supreme Court heard the petition against political parties, and the next date is the 18th of October.
Rhythm, also help us understand why this notice is very important, because clearly senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said that, he's placed reliance on the Supreme Court bench judgment of S.R. Bomai versus Union of India and submitted that it was held by this court that secularism is part of the basic feature. And he has made this point very clear. Rhythm, help us understand why this point is very significant.
Well, this is just a plea as of now that has come up in the top court for political symbols, row, as we would say in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has also given a chance to the parties. It's agreed to hear the PIL seeking that political parties using name of religion and religious symbols in their name be recognized and be barred from contesting elections. In fact, as the Supreme Court agrees to hear the PIL, it's on the 18th of October that the case is not going to come. The court has given time to the petitioners to amend the plea that is filed before them.
All right, Rhythm, I will also like to ask you if you can explain to our viewers that exactly what can we expect next legally now. You said there's a next date. What can we expect next in this case?
In the next hearing of the case, the court will be given more answers about how political parties whose name and symbols violate Representation of People's Act are there. These are parties with the flag having the crescent moon and the stars. And in the courtroom, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said, can political parties have in their names a religious connotation? That is the important point that was made before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court therefore issued a notice in the case. It will next come up on the 18th of October. And the Supreme Court also grants leave to amend so that there are other parties who want to be a part of this petition that can be added to it. Remember, this is a plea that is seeking cancellation of the religious names and symbols that are used by political parties that have a religious connotation.
Right, and Rhythm, the bench comprising of Justice M.R. Shah and Justice Krishna Murari was considering a PIL which has been filed, and they are seeking to enforce a mandate of Section 29A, 123.3 and 123.3A of the Representation of People's Act 1951. And this act seems to be extremely important here, Rhythm. Help our viewers understand that, because this act prohibits the luring of the voters on ground of their religion.
So this plea has absolutely come up in the Supreme Court, and Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate, also appeared in the case to get the court to file this particular notice. After hearing the arguments that were made by him, the Supreme Court has felt it's correct to issue a notice on all the political parties that are using religious symbols. There were two observations that were made by Gaurav Bhatia in the courtroom, and they had said, take IUML, they have MPs and MLAs in Kerala. This violates the model code of conduct. We need to see, can we pollute politics? Justice Shah, on hearing these arguments, has said issue notice. Leave is granted to the petitioners to add political parties against whom relief is sought to cancel their symbol or name.
Also, I'm being joined by Khurram Anis Umar, IUML leader. What's the response coming in, Mr. Umar? Because clearly the Supreme Court's petition there was heard and a notice has been issued to your party.
Notice in this case, we have not received any details from Supreme Court, either from the Supreme Court or Mr. Bhatia's lawyer. So how can I respond to that? But offhandedly, even lotus is a religious symbol. Shiv Sena is a religious symbol. There's Gaurav Bhatia has filed a notice against his own party also. Is lotus not a religious symbol, which is the symbol of the Bharatiya Janata Party? It sounds very weird. He is filing the notice against his own party, case against his own party. Let us see, let us receive the notice, copy of the notice from the...
Right, so are you saying you don't know about this? Are you saying कि you don't know about this yet? I mean, आप बोल रहे हैं कि आपको पता नहीं कि ये notice आया?
This is the first time I am hearing it, ma'am. I have not.
And if later on this is confirmed, of course we are reporting it live, and it in fact this is being reported everywhere in all the legal websites as well. What will be your response next to that? Will you be?
Well, let us see what is it.
In fact, Rhythm would also like to ask you some questions at this point of time. Rhythm, if you would come in after this answer by Mr. Omer.
Yes, we'll get back to you on this.
Right. Hold on, Mr. Omer. Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal, will also like to ask you a question. Rhythm?
Yes, absolutely. If I could actually come in here right now. So whether you understood today what happened in the Supreme Court is notice has been issued, so it's possible that it would be a few days before the notice reaches you, because all the parties who have to be a part of this will be added, since Justice Shah's bench has said issue a notice and you can amend. But the larger point that is being made here about political parties using religious symbols is what needs to be answered. Why political parties getting into this and using religious symbols is the question before the top court now.
No, see, there is nothing illegal about it as far as the People's Representation Act. In using these symbols or using the name, either you change the act. I'm sure the Supreme Court will also say that change the act. It is the government act. There is nothing against this. And it is not today. It's been now 75 years we are using the same thing. And apart from that, the ruling party, BJP, is also using the religious symbol. Lotus is also a religious symbol. It is also depicted in every temple of India.
But there was a question that was asked today in the Supreme Court by Justice Shah. Are they running for election like the Indian Union Muslim League? They are not running for election, neither is the Hindu Ekta Dal. So at such a time, then Gaurav Bhatia, who appeared in the case, said that if a candidate of a party with a religious name seeks votes, he will be violating the Representation of People's Act.
There is no violation. It is the party is registered with the Election Commission of India. We have elected him. We have elected him and his in various assemblies. So, where is the question of illegality in this?
The arguments that were made in the court
in Parliament.
All the political parties are going to get a time to reply to this, but the arguments that were made in the court and taken into consideration when a notice was issued, Mr. Omer, is that if a candidate of a party with a religious name seeks votes, he'll be violating the Representation of People's Act. They've also spoken about your party, the IUML, and they've said they have MPs and MLAs in Kerala. This violates the Model Code of Conduct.
No, as far as Election Commission is concerned, we are registered party, registered and recognized state party with the Election Commission of India. not from today, not in the last 2 years, but from since last 75 years we are registered with them. As and when, in fact, the People's Representation Act came into 1985 or something, if I remember correctly. We are even contesting elections before that, and since 1985 we are registered with Election Commission of India. So, if anything had to be said, it had to be said at that time. Why now? After so many years.
So that is a question, Mr. Omer, you will be possibly answering in your reply with those details. But the picture that we are getting from the Supreme Court is, and this is what the senior advocate told the court, he's pointing out 2 recognized state parties having Muslim in their name, and he's also listed many other parties which have religious names.
What about the election? What about the parties which are using symbol? Our symbol is not a religious symbol. It's ladder. The parties which are using symbol for religious symbols, what about them? They are right.
No, that's a point of view that you have to give to the courtroom, sir, because the question that Justice Shah asked is, are they running for elections? I want to ask you, is this a political tactic? Is this a game? And names of religious things are there only for religious purposes. Is this an election gimmick?
What is political? Bahujan Samajwadi Party is running for there. The Bahujan Samaj Muslim League is sort of mainly representing the minorities of the country. So all the politics, this is not, the buck will not stop with Muslim League. Buck will stop with every party, including BJP, which are actually using religious symbol as their election symbol. We are not using any religious symbol for our election. Shiv Sena is using a religious symbol for their election.
You are saying the IUML is not using?
IUML is not using any religious symbol. We are not using.
Okay, so the argument.
Our symbol is ladder.
I want to, Mr. Omer, ask you and draw your attention to what was said, because the notice is to your party, the IUML.
Let me get the notice. Let our legal team study the notice. Then only we will be able to reply on the notice. But offhand, what you have asked me, it is not just us. Everybody is doing it in some way or the other. The Honorable Supreme Court will not take action against one particular party or other. Everybody who is using, they have to change. Let BJP change their symbol. Let Shiv Sena change their symbol. If it, as per the law, we will go according to the law. Whatever the law says. So far, we have not done anything against the law. So if the law tomorrow says that we cannot use, we will not use. But that's not just us, no. There are many others also.
See, Mr. Omer, you know, this is an argument that is several times over made when it comes to political parties. Just because you believe that other political parties are doing a wrong, it doesn't make what you're doing it a right. So that's the question here. Possibly, Mr. Omer, once you get the notice, you'll answer this.
It is not of the story today. No, don't try to picture it out that we are doing it today. It has been like that.
I understood that point which you've been constantly making. I understood the point, Mr. Omer, that you're constantly making. I am reporting what the court has today said. When the Supreme Court says that political parties in no way can have a religious connotation, they rely on a SR Bomai case. So this is not about whether you've been doing it for long or whether it's outside. But this petition is saying Justice Shah made a very important question, your observation, Mr. Omer, when he said, are they running for elections like the Indian Union Muslim League? They are not running for elections, neither are the Hindu Ekta Dal. So this is not just a one-sided plea, something you've been pointing out. It's a plea that is talking about any political party using religious symbols to which the top court issues a notice.
As of today, there is nothing illegal about it. Tomorrow, if the act changes, law changes, we will follow that. Simple as that. As of today, we are not doing anything illegal. It is not illegal to we are registered with the Election Commission. Election Commission never objected to it. These kind of questions have come earlier also. And why pointing it out? Ask Mr. The gentleman who has filed this case against the Supreme Court. What is their party's stand to that?
Fair enough, Mr. Umar. What possibly I'm going to next be reporting and breaking news on your reply that is filed before the 18th of October in the top court when the case next comes up, because an extremely relevant question being asked when the Supreme Court issues a notice to AIMIM and IUML. I thank you for being with us. And the larger point: can religious names and symbols be continued to used by political parties? Back after a short break with this breaking news. Stay on with us.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक हैं वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Bandh due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला, तो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफगानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफगान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on the
Top national update and a big expose by the BJP on liquor scam. The ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by BJP in Liquorgate scam. The sensational tape featured accused number 13 who allegedly could be seen making policy. BJP launches sensational tape in Liquorgate scam. Mega confessions were made by the 13 number accused on the tape, saying it is an 80% profit game.
प्रॉफिट की गेम 80% 80% 1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ। 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ? ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ इन्होंने ऐसी चाले चलिए थानू 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈ ਦੇ
As BJP launches liquor gate, sting huge corruption by Aam Aadmi Party was allegedly exposed in a big expose. The tape showed accused allegedly confessing that 80% commission was fixed for Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. The sting operation exposed Kulvinder Marwa, the father of Sunny Marwa, accused number 30. After sensational video was exposed by BJP against Aam Aadmi Party's liquor gate policy, the Saffron Party in their press conference said more videos will be released in the matter. Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina arrives in the national capital. PM Hasina is set to meet Minister of External Affairs of India, S. Jaishankar, later in the evening today. She is on a 4-day visit to India to discuss several issues pertaining to both the countries. In a big trouble for Wikipedia in India, the IT ministry has summoned Wikipedia executives. The IT team will meet them today to seek an explanation on how Indian cricket team bowler Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. In an update, a special PMLA court has extended Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's judicial custody till 19th September in the Patra Chaul land scam case. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Lucknow's fire mishap said relief and rescue operation is underway. Meanwhile, Defence Minister took stock of the situation from local administration. All right, Unit Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai and he has a huge itinerary ahead of him. We'll track every development there. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Bandh due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला तो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफगानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफगान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी कोस्ट है वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. One person.
Top national updates in a big expose by the BJP on liquor scam. The ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by BJP in Liquorgate scam. The sensational tape featured accused number 13, who allegedly could be seen making policy. BJP launched a sensational tape in Liquorgate scam. Mega confessions were made by the 13 number accused on tape, saying it is an 80% profit gain. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. Stand by for Aam Aadmi Party counter briefing after BJP's big expose on Liquorgate.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. One person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है।
Sensational twist to the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP Liquorgate face-off, as BJP has now put out a sting exposing how liquor lobbies made money. BJP's big expose whips up storm, from bribes and commissions to it's an 80% profit game quote-unquote confession. It's all out and caught on tape. Accused Sisodia, silent on the sting, says we'll watch first, then comment. The Aam Aadmi Party to respond at 2 p.m. Top Court issues notice to Owaisi's party and RUML in use of religious symbols case. Amit Shah in Mumbai ahead of crucial municipal polls. Hectic parleys lined up. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India to boost defense ties on the agenda.
और उसकी पूरी खबर आप लोगों ने, मीडिया ने भी दिखाई थी कि किस तरह से एक सीबीआई के अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया है। उनके बारे में पता चला है कि जिस सीबीआई अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया था वो जितेंद्र कुमार जी थे, डेप्यूटी लीगल एडवाइज़र। ये सीबीआई के एंटी करप्शन ब्रांच में लीगल एडवाइज़र थे। इनका काम था लीगली चीज़ों को अप्रूव करना, उनको रिजेक्ट करना, उनकी सारी लीगलिटी को देखना। और मेरे खिलाफ जो फर्जी एफआईआर कराई गई है एक्साइज के मामले में, उसका भी लीगल मामला वही देख रहे थे। पता ये चला है कि मेरे खिलाफ गलत तरीके से केस बनाकर ये उनके ऊपर दबाव डाला जा रहा था कि मेरे खिलाफ गलत तरीके से केस बनाकर मुझे अरेस्ट कराने की लीगल मंजूरी दें। उनके ऊपर जिन अधिकारी ने, सीबीआई के जिस अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया है, उनके ऊपर गलत तरीके से दबाव बनाया जा रहा था कि मेरे खिलाफ इलीगल तरीके से, फर्जी तरीके से केस बना के मेरे अरेस्ट को मंजूरी दें, जिसको वो मंजूरी नहीं दे रहे थे। उनके ऊपर इतना दबाव था कि वो मानसिक दबाव में आ गए और उन्होंने सुसाइड कर लिया। ये बहुत दुखद घटना है कि सीबीआई के एक अधिकारी को, जिसको दिख रहा था कि पूरा का पूरा मामला फर्जी है, उसके ऊपर इतना दबाव बनाया गया गलत काम करने के लिए कि उसको आत्महत्या करने पर मजबूर होना पड़ा। मुझे फंसाने के लिए, मुझे अरेस्ट करने के लिए, किसी फर्जी केस को लीगली साउंड बनाने के लिए एक अधिकारी पर इतना दबाव बनाने पर आ गए ये लोग कि अब बेचारे उस अधिकारी को सुसाइड करना पड़ा। ये बहुत अफसोसजनक है। मेरी उनके परिवार के प्रति बहुत संवेदना है, उनकी असमय इस घटना से। मैं आज प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप मुझको फंसाना चाहते हैं फर्जी तरीके से, फंसा लीजिए। आप मेरे ऊपर रेड कराना चाहते थे, आपने रेड करा ली। आप फर्जी एफआईआर करा चुके मेरे ऊपर। आप मुझे अरेस्ट कराना चाहते हैं, आप बता दीजिए, जहाँ कहोगे मैं आ जाऊँगा। लेकिन इस तरह से अधिकारियों के ऊपर दबाव बना के उन्हें फांसी लगाने पे, उन्हें आत्महत्या करने पे मजबूर मत कीजिए। इससे घर उजड़ रहे हैं, ये ठीक नहीं है। आप हर वक्त यही सोचते रहते हैं मैं सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल कैसे करूं, मैं ईडी का इस्तेमाल कैसे करूं, मैं चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराऊं, चुने हुए एमएलएज को कैसे खरीदूं। आप स्कूल बनाने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप अस्पताल बनाने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप महंगाई कम करने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप रोज़गार देने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप केवल यही सोचते रहते हैं कि कैसे सीबीआई पे दबाव बना के चुनी हुई सरकार को गिराऊं विपक्ष की, कैसे चुने हुए एमएलएज को खरीद लूं विपक्ष के। मैं आज आपके सामने इस घटना से मैं बहुत आहत हूं और मैं आपके सामने प्रधानमंत्री जी से 3 प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूं। जो सीबीआई के अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया, जिसके ऊपर बहुत दबाव था कि वो मेरे खिलाफ पूरे के पूरे केस को लीगली साउंड बनाए और उनको आत्महत्या करनी पड़ी जितेंद्र कुमार जी को, उसके सिलसिले में मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से 3 सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ कि अधिकारियों पे इतना दबाव क्यों बनाया जा रहा है कि वो आत्महत्या करने जैसा कदम उठाने पे मजबूर हों। आप अपने राजनीतिक विरोधियों को कुचलने के लिए अपनी ही सरकार के अधिकारियों को और कितना टॉर्चर करोगे? दूसरा सवाल है मेरा कि क्या अब भारत की केंद्र सरकार का काम केवल ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाना रह गया है? जिस तरह से राज्यपालों से, उपराज्यपालों से दबाव डाल के उनसे उल्टे सीधे काम कराए जा रहे हैं, जिस तरह से सीबीआई पे दबाव डाल के, ईडी पे दबाव डाल के उल्टे सीधे काम कराए जा रहे हैं, तो क्या अब केंद्र सरकार का काम केवल ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाना रह गया है? ये मेरा दूसरा सवाल है प्रधानमंत्री जी से। और तीसरा सवाल है कि जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को कुचलने के लिए और कितनी कुर्बानियां आप लेंगे, ये बताएं। ये बहुत दुखद घटना है। विपक्षी सरकारों को कुचलने के लिए सीबीआई के ऊपर इतना दबाव के अधिकारियों को सुसाइड करने पे मजबूर होना पड़े, ये इस देश में पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। बहुत दुखद है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी मेरे इन तीनों सवालों को गंभीरता से लेंगे और थोड़ा इस पर सोचेंगे।
बीजेपी ने पीसी की है और उसमें वो आपके ऊपर आरोप लगा रहे हैं और एक स्टिंग ऑपरेशन किया जिसमें आरोपी नंबर 13 का स्टिंग ऑपरेशन दिखा रही है बीजेपी और आरोप लगा रही है कि 6% कमीशन लिया गया।
देखो, इन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी काफ़ी दिन से चिल्ला रही है घपला हो गया, कभी 1300 करोड़, कभी 8000 करोड़, कभी 500 करोड़, कभी 144 करोड़, कभी 30 करोड़। फिर सीबीआई से इन्होंने एफआईआर कराई तो सीबीआई ने भी ढूंढ ढांड के दूर से कहीं से स्ट्रेच करके दो कंपनियों के बीच की किसी वाइट डीलिंग को ज़बरदस्ती मेरे ऊपर थोपने की कोशिश की, वो भी सोर्सेज के हवाले से। तो एफआईआर में लिखा, उसके बेस पे मेरे घर पे रेड डलवा दी, घर पे कुछ नहीं मिला। मेरे परिवार का लॉकर तलाश लिया बैंक का, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। अब जब सीबीआई से एक तरह से क्लीन चिट मिल गई कि जी इनके पास तो कुछ नहीं मिल रहा, तो अब बीजेपी कह रही है जी देखो सीबीआई नहीं ढूंढ पाई, अब हम स्टिंग करके देंगे। फिर वो कोई सड़क पे चौराहे पे खड़े होकर किसी को गाड़ी पे बिठा के कुछ करते हैं, उसके कोई सवाल जवाब करते हैं, वो स्टिंग है, मजाक है। तो ऐसे स्टिंग मेरे पास भी है, मैं भी दे दूंगा कल बहुत सारे, फिर आप उसको भी चलाना। थैंक यू। कुछ नहीं।
So that is the Aam Aadmi Party news conference that has just concluded. In return to the press briefing that we saw by the BJP this morning on the liquor gate and the charges that have been pressed by the BJP after they released that sting blaming the Aam Aadmi Party for the liquor gate. But here we saw Manish Sisodia refuting the charges that have been pressed against him, saying it is a fake FIR against him in the excise scam. And after being stung, he has now said, in fact, while posing 3 questions at the BJP, saying that arrest me if you want to, but the charges against me are fake. This is how Manish Sisodia has responded to that allegation that the BJP had levelled against him. And the Aam Aadmi Party that had earlier said that we are watching the situation very closely and we'll only respond once we know what the BJP is doing. It is the counter reaction that is now coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, where Manish Sisodia is outright refuting the charges that have been levelled against him by the BJP in the Liquorgate scam. He's also gone on to say that the FIR against him is fake and is now posing questions in turn to the BJP. We see how the fight between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party has been intensifying as far as the Liquorgate scam is concerned. And this is the latest response that is coming from Manish Sisodia, who just concluded that news conference. Of course, did not take any questions from the media after he had put out his statement, but he is refuting the charges out and out. On that note, we'll move on until we gather more reactions on this. All right, some breaking news coming in that of a much seer who was found dead after the audio tape that went viral, and now there is increasing mystery over the sexual abuse charges as this is being looked at as a tell-all audio tape that led to the suicide, and this is days after the audio tape had leaked that the seer has committed suicide, and a lot of questions now doing the rounds of what the truth is. High drama as the man tried self-immolation, and the attempt of course was foiled, but now this audio tape that is doing the rounds, what exactly is its authenticity? Ashwin will be able to answer all of this. He's live with us on the broadcast. Ashwin, what more can you tell us?
Another story has now come again from the Lingayat seer community, 300 kilometers away from Chitradurga at a place called Belgavi. Now a sage who was a part of the mutt, a 28-year-old sage by the name Sri Basava Siddhaligga Swami, has allegedly committed suicide, at the mutt in Neginahal village near Belhongal, now in Belgavi. Now this has been reported where this the pictures has also come, very disturbing pictures in fact of the seer has allegedly hung himself and committed suicide after an alleged audio tape, which is a 15-minute long conversation which we of course have with us, in which two women are heard speaking about the illicit affairs which some of the seers in the Lingayat mutt has been having. Now perturbed by this, the seer, who's 28 years old, has committed suicide. In fact, there is also information that is coming. Few days ago, he had expressed his displeasure over his life and saying that he has not find any meaning in his life also. And this has been done. Now, today, early hours of the day, since he was not opening the door, his followers had opened up the door, and then he was found dead, found hanging in his room as well. This has happened in Belgavi, about 300 kilometers away at Chitradurga, where the entire case of the pontiff of the Muruga mutt in Chitradurga has been involved, and that case has been going on for the last 8-9 days, and now another seer has committed suicide. It has been said and stated that he has been thoroughly disturbed by the events that has unfolded over this time, and on top of it, the audio conversation, an audio clip which has eventually went viral, which talks about the alleged illicit relationship between seers from the Lingayat community within the mutt in different mutts, and that has disturbed him, is what we are getting to hear at the moment. But another life has been lost. A seer has taken his life. 28 years old, 28-year-old seer has taken his life, and we are closely monitoring what is the reason for the death and all that. We are expecting the forensic report and the autopsy report as well. We'll be giving our viewers, but unfortunate tragedy has struck in another mutt in Lingayat mutt in Belgavi, and we'll be keeping track of those details as well. Back to you.
But the puzzle in the investigation is certainly now getting stronger, Ashwin, because with this very suicide coming in, what exactly was happening in the mutt? And then again, who is being influenced, who not? Where and what stage has the investigation reached? And how are we now looking at the story developing?
This is a new development that has happened. This suicide has happened in the early hours of the day. And plus it is completely different, a different mutt altogether. Now the police is yet to give an official report on the cause of death and the reason for death. Now also we cannot say the authenticity of this alleged audio tape, because it's a 15-minute long conversation. We have been hearing the conversation where these two women, the details are again sketchy, unknown, are talking about how different seers in the mutt been having illicit relationship. Now, is there any truth to that? And all that needs to be ascertained. But because of one audio tape which has become viral, suddenly one seer has allegedly taken his life. Whether it's a suicide or not, that needs to be ascertained by the health officials. But at the moment, all we know is a 28-year-old saint from the Lingayat community has taken his life and it has been found dead, in fact, under mysterious circumstances. And that is the current update of this case as of now. Suyesha.
Ashwin, the details are certainly getting murkier, and what exactly will come out of this, only time will tell. But the investigation that needs to be carried into depth, because the claims that are coming in from certain seers within the mutt, and then again, what exactly is the truth to it, and the happenings of the workings of the inside of the mutt. Now, this certainly needs to be looked into, and for all you know, even when we are talking about the safety of the other seers. Ashwin, I'm sorry I have to cut out of this because the BJP versus AAP fight is getting stronger. It is certainly intensifying. We just saw how Manish Sisodia had put out his statement. All right, we're hearing that we could be expecting another response from the BJP after the Aam Aadmi Party news conference just concluded. We saw how Manish Sisodia refuting all the charges that have been levelled against him by the BJP, calling it a fake FIR, and the misuse of agencies, of central agencies to be precise, is what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming. But how is the BJP now going to react to this, that had earlier released that sting exposing the Aam Aadmi Party on the Liquorgate scam, and Manish Sisodia saying that it is the BJP that is not thinking of development but only about framing the party. I believe Sambit Patra is with us on the phone line. Yes, that is exactly what it is. Sambit Patra, Manish Sisodia just concluded that news conference and refuting the charges that the BJP have levelled against him. What do you have to say?
See, I was watching the press conference very eagerly because we have been asking a set of questions to Mr. Manish Sisodia and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal regarding the Delhi excise policy. But this time also, yet again, Mr. Manish Sisodia has not answered the pointed questions that Bharatiya Janata Party has been asking the Aam Aadmi Party. We asked them as to why he called the blacklisted company and gave them the tender. We had asked about the sting operation that the Bharatiya Janata Party has in fact shown today, which is in the public domain. And I'm sure Mr. Sisodia must have watched the sting operation. The sting operation is full of, in fact, evidences, which in fact comes out from the horse's mouth. So the father of the accused, number 13, Mr. Marwa, and in fact the father is also involved in the company. So these are very pertinent questions, not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the people of Delhi who have elected Aam Aadmi Party government with this majority expect answers from Mr. Manish Sisodia. So docking the questions, running away from the questions, and then trying to change the goalpost, trying to change the narrative is not going to help the Aam Aadmi Party in any which way, because this is the party which said that they are here to fight corruption. This is the party which said that they probably want a corrupt-free governance. But in fact, the kind of bhrashtachar that they have been indulging into was something in a letter which was addressed by none other than their own teacher, their mentor, Anna Hazare ji. So I firmly believe, yet again, Mr. Manish Sisodia has failed to answer because he knows very well that he is guilty.
Absolutely. No answers on the alleged bribes, black money and blacklisted companies and all that had come out through that sting operation. But Sambit Patra, this is the Aam Aadmi continuing to say that the central agencies are being misused by the BJP and this is nothing but political vendetta. No clear answers, of course, to the pointed questions that the BJP had raised, but also claiming that the BJP is trying to frame them. And he's also said that that FIR is fake.
So for them, everything is fake. For them, I'm astonished as to how they say that the CBI has given them the clean chit. On one hand, they say that the CBI is the arm of Bharatiya Janata Party. On the other hand, they say that the CBI has given them the clean chit. So I don't understand the kind of flip-flops, the somersault that the Aam Aadmi Party has undertaken. And the party which used in the past to, in fact, have all kinds of allegations against all kinds of leaders. The party which said that they needed technical answers to all the questions that they had posed to Sheila Dikshit, they had posed to Lalu Prasad Yadav, they had posed to Sharad Pawar in the past. Why that party is running away from answering the questions? And remember, Mr. Kejriwal in the past had said that please go ahead and give me a sting wherever there is corruption. If there is a sting, there would be an irrefutable evidence of the same, and we would draw the public's appreciation to the fact that this government is corrupt government. Now, the same is happening with Arvind Kejriwal's government. We have a sting operation. People, in fact, would now believe exactly what we have been alleging because we have an accused, number 13, a person who has been accused in this crime, a person who has been handing out commissions to Mr. Manish Sisodia and his government, speaking in camera. So, of course, this is the modus operandi of the Aam Aadmi Party. When he's facing the same challenge that he used to challenge others with, why is Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Sisodia running away is our question. Don't try to change the goalpost. Please answer the pointed questions.
Absolutely. And Sambit Patra, the political mudslinging can go on for as long, but the fact is that both the parties are answerable to the people of Delhi, and if these are the questions being raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party, we saw the response of the Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia in particular, as you say that is he being shielded by the party and Arvind Kejriwal hand in glove, or an attempt to just defend him?
Yeah, of course. But not just by vicarious liability, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is responsible for the deeds of Mr. Manish Sisodiya. But remember, a few days back, the LG had a big expose. I mean, it was unheard of in the past that a chief minister would be sending files to the lieutenant governor of Delhi without his own signatures. So most of these policy matters went to the lieutenant governor without the signature of the chief minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, which only would happen when the chief minister is trying to shield himself, because he knows that if he puts his signature, that would be kind of acceptance of the fact that he is also hand in glove with Manish Sisodiya. So knowing very well that there was some kind of corrupt deal, because he was the kingpin of the corrupt deal, there is corruption which is taking place through Manish Sisodiya in the Delhi excise policy. He very conveniently shielded himself by not putting his signature into the files which were sent to the LG for clearance.
All right, Amit Patra, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Also, the sting operation and the allegations leveled by the BJP against the Aam Aadmi Party. The sting operation certainly becomes the center point. Let's once again take a look at it.
ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦੀ ਗੇਮ ਤੇ 80% ਹੈਗੀ 80% 1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈ ਦੇ साढ़े तो इन्हें 253 करोड़ ले लिया ठीक जाओ तू जिन्हें मर्जी दुकाना करो जो मर्जी करो 20 पैसा माल आंदा 253 करोड़ एक बंदे दो एक बंदे अच्छा साल दा 253 नहीं है तो मिनिमम साढ़ा है बाकियों तो 500 करोड़ लिया साढ़ा तो सब तो घटा गया क्यों गल में 20 टेंडर की भरे सी सब तो छोटे सी ले ले बाकी 200 टेंडर बने उन्हें महंगे मिले लेने पे असी जो टेंडर भरे सी ना कच्ची कॉलोनी के भरे सी जितनी दुकानें सस्ती होंगी डिफेंस कॉलोनी और डिफेंस भी मेन रोड है ना इस पास डिफेंस कॉलोनी है उधर दुकान है कि 200 रुपये फुट इस पास कोटला है उधर 90 रुपये फुट गाहक सड़क टप के उधर चले जाता है पर वो टेंडर लैन वाले का बेड़ा गर्क हो गया ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਚੀ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਸਸਤੀ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸੇਲ ਦੇ ਸਸਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਸਸਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਉਹ ਮਾਲ ਵੀ ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ 40 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 80 ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ 1+1 ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਕਈ 2 ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ 1+2 ਵੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ 2 ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ पहले इन्नी कमाई होंदी सी सर इन्नी पहले 70 पहले 20 रुपए का माल होंदा सी 70 रुपए गवर्नमेंट होंदे 10 रुपए साडे होंदे सी अच्छा हुन गवर्नमेंट ने की कीता आ गया 20 रुपए का माल लो जो मर्जी करो सानू फिक्स कितना देंदे होंदे मैं टोटल सेल जो कितना फिक्स कर जो मर्जी सानू तुसी ना ए दुकान खोलनी है ना सानू महीने 10 लाख देना जो मर्जी लो जो मर्जी बेचो अच्छा फिक्स अमाउंट कर ले हाँ एक्साइज फिक्स कर दे ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇਣੇ ਨੇ ਸਮਝੇ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਨੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਰੋਲ ਖਤਮ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੋ मतलब फिक्स एक्साइज ड्यूटी देती और कुछ नहीं देता साल दी मतलब साल 60 करोड़ तो पहले ले लिया 60 करोड़ तो आदमी ने दिता अच्छा कितना 150 करोड़ हो गया उन्हें 60 करोड़ मेरे सरकार के खाते में नहीं वो सरकार के खाते नहीं वो दूसरे वाला अमाउंट कह रहे वो थोड़ा बता रहे हो तुम अभी 150 करोड़ से आप समझदार हो गए ना बड़े कारोबार गल ने गलती जी बड़ी की है ना जिस वक्त ठेके मिलने लगे उस वक्त जी ब्लैक लिस्ट कंपनी से उन्होंने देते हाँ ये भी आया पेपर न्यूज बोल रहे हैं ब्लैक लिस्ट वालों को बुला के दिए जद कि एयरपोर्ट का ठेका 250 करोड़ छुट्टियां से 150 वाला नहीं देता और कहता 250 वाला जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड है।
अपने बंदों को कमाई कराई है उन्होंने।
नहीं अपने बंदों को नहीं जी, वो तो वो बंदे जो इनको दें, इनके विश्वास पात्र हों।
जो भी
गले ने बड़े 4-5 बंदे पकड़ ले ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀ L1 ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਕੀ 150 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੀ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਸੇਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ 90% ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ।
उन्होंने जो खेल खेले उन ते दसना ही है ना कि ना एवें खेल खेलते हैं।
खेल तो 12% जेन्युइन है, ये तो कोई दो राह नहीं।
कहाँ से है?
और शुरू में जो लेते हैं उन्होंने वो मोटे
लोड की सी 12 पर थोड़े गाड़ी का ट्रक आया 12% पैसे मिल गए 6 शुरू कीजिए जल्दी। शुरू का कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं ना, वो तो वैसे प्यार ना तुम जो दे दो तो साढ़े दिन तो पहले वही दे देंगे जड़े विचोले गए सी।
हाँ विचोले
ਹੁਣ ਵਿਚੋਲੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜੋ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ
ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਨਾ।
ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ? ਪਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਦ ਸੈਟਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ 6% ਜੋ ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਲੈ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ 6% ਆਸਾਨ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਸਮਝੋ।
ਦੇਣਾ
ਹੈ
6% ਦੇਣਾ ਵੀ ਆਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ।
ਸੁਣ ਲਓ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਮਾਲ ਆਇਆ 100 ਕਰੋੜ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ 12 ਕਰੋੜ रुपया ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਗਈ। 6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਐਵੇਂ ਦੇਊਗਾ 10 ਛੱਡ।
ਹਾਂ ਉਹੀ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਸੀ ਸਾਰੀ।
6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਉਹ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਤੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ। ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਰ ਨੋਟ ਨੂੰ ਉਜਦੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਂਗੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ
ਬਈ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ 2% ਤੋਂ 12% ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈ? ढाल वगैरह जो अमन ढाल वगैरह ने दिल्ली तो बाद पंजाब ही ले ले जिले पंजाब ठेके ले वो पिट्टेगा नहीं पंजाब वाला जो शराब का काम करता सी केजरीवाल ने सारे ठेके उन्होंने देते। हाँ कर रहा थी वो हम दिन सारे दिन उसे आ गए। हाँ जी क्या है जी, कौन है, कहाँ है जी, क्या हुआ है जी, बताओ जी। क्या कहना देखो जी।
And we are cutting across to breaking details just coming in of a massive and powerful explosion that has been reported in front of the Russian embassy in Kabul. Several eyewitness accounts that are coming in. A Reuters report that also suggests that the police is claiming that 2 have died, 11 others have been injured after a suicide bomb blast near the Russian embassy in Kabul. More details are awaited, but it was a suicide attack is the initial information that is coming in, and 2 people who have lost their lives, 11 others are injured. Of course, we are expecting the fresh numbers to come in, but this was a suicide bomber who detonated explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy in Kabul, and the police has added that the attacker was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate. We waiting for more details as far as information on the death toll is concerned and those who have been injured in this explosion, but the latest that is coming in of the explosion that had gone off outside the Russian embassy in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, and how there have been 15 to 20 casualties is what certain reports are claiming. Although they are still taking stock of the situation, and the police differentiating between those who've lost their lives and the others who are wounded and are currently undergoing treatment at a nearby hospital. There are also certain reports that suggest that the casualties could have also been of the Russian diplomats, but no confirmation on that coming yet. So we are awaiting further details. And the Taliban also immediately has confirmed the explosion but not given any details on the number of casualties. So no one has immediately claimed responsibility for the explosion. But this is the latest strike in the country ever since Taliban has come into power in Afghanistan. And those are the pictures on your screens as is being circulated on social media. Several such videos and eyewitness accounts that are doing the rounds. We're trying to get further details But we are picking up that Russian embassy in the areas related to the 7th security district of Kabul city has witnessed an explosion, and this was a suicide bomber who went on to detonate the explosives. 2 Russian diplomats could have also been among 20 killed in a blast outside the embassy in Kabul, but this is what is being put out in several reports. We are yet to get confirmation on that. And the Afghan police earlier had said that a suicide bomber had detonated explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy in Kabul, adding that the attacker was shot at by armed guards as he approached the gate. The death toll as of now being reported is 20, but there could be changes in this. We are trying to ascertain information on that. And several tweets also now doing the rounds. But ANI also reporting that 2 Russian diplomats were among 20 people who were killed on Monday in an explosion outside the country's embassy in the Afghan capital of Kabul. And this is what the Russian state-affiliated media RT is also claiming. The Afghan police earlier having said that the suicide bomber had detonated the explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy on Darul Aman Road in Kabul. Major General KK Sinha is joining us on the phone line. Sir, we are trying to get more details from our team. Our editors and reporters will join us shortly on the extent of damage. But your response to this explosion, which we also understand is the first ever since the Taliban has come to power in Afghanistan.
Yeah, this explosion which is taking place in Afghanistan, it is not that the explosion is the first time it's happening. The explosions are all happening all around. It is by the various factions which is doing it. What happened in this case is the embassy of of Russia, which has been targeted, which is something of different in nature. And in my mind, in my analysis, what is exactly the Khorasan model, and what is happening in Khorasan? That basically, your Taliban is not able to handle it. Whether it was in the Kabul when they wanted to have absolutely that the Taliban control, they are now basically witnessing the things what is happening in all around, whether it is happening in the mosque, whether it is happening now in the embassy, whether it is happening what we have seen, what Americans, they claimed it that in the outer skirt they have carried out a drone attack, and ISI, your Al-Qaeda, the chief has been eliminated. Jawari, see, these things, what is happening is a total thing. These are the changes which is taking place and there is Taliban is no position to control it. Their authority has been challenged. The only thing it should not spill over. In what is the worrisome is that if it spill over in the Central Asia Republic, Central Asian Republic, whether it is Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, these areas, because it's likely to spread, those areas, then it is an altogether different connotation. So the things are shaping in a different way, and basically these are all related to a terrorism which has got a capability and capacity to spread from the in Afghanistan to different parts of the world. That is what worries me.
But Major General KK Sinha, I'm also trying to understand, because Russia is one of the few countries that maintained an embassy in Kabul after the Taliban took over. And Moscow does not officially recognize the Taliban, but they have been in talks, with the officials over an agreement to supply gasoline and other commodities. So really to get a sense of how Russia will now respond to this explosion. And then again, no one has taken immediate responsibility for this attack. But what is the larger sense of it?
See, you have to, we have to understand one thing, As far as Russia is concerned, Russia is not the first choice of Taliban. The Russians, they invaded Afghanistan and the Taliban fought with them. What is actually happening on the ground, because the American withdrawal, the way the Americans withdrew from there, there was a space, a strategic space which the Russians wanted to have, along with the Chinese the way they have come. But what the Taliban is not able to handle it is the ISS Khorasan, which is altogether different, and the Taliban is not able to handle it. One after the other incident which is taking place, in my mind, it will see that, it will come up.
Right.
People will not say.
Right.
But, it will come up that,
Yes.
this model, because Haqqani's, network is also not able to control them.
In fact, I'm also wanting to get the same response from Major General G.D. Bakshi, who's been very patiently holding that line. Major General K.K. Sinha, I want to thank you for speaking to us. But Major General G.D. Bakshi, what do you make of this attack? And of course, we are being told that there could be about 15 to 20 casualties. We're awaiting more details. But how do you think Russia is going to look at it?
Look, the simple fact that I have been stating all along is this Taliban regime is hand in glove with every single terrorist organization that is operating in Afghanistan. The Taliban had kept Ayman al-Zawahiri, the greatest enemy of the United States, the head of the Al-Qaeda, as a state guest in one of the most posh districts or locations of Kabul. He was being kept as a guest of the government of the Taliban. And they have been promising everybody that they will have an inclusive government, that no terrorists will be allowed to operate on the soil of Afghanistan. That is nonsense. This regime is hand in glove with every single terrorist organization. And the Americans, while fleeing, have left $40 billion worth of weapons behind, which they are distributing to every terrorist outfit. They are not in control of their own capital, as is being indicated by the number of attacks that are taking place now there. And now, surprisingly, it is the Russian embassy which has been attacked. The Russians and the Chinese have been trying to keep the Taliban humored. But apparently, the Taliban is quite willing to get them bombed by some other terrorist group and then wash its hands off. This is an abomination of a regime. The earlier it goes, the better. It is making Afghanistan a base for terrorist organizations all over the world, especially the IS Khorasan, which is very hostile to India, which has been trying to create problems in India, and of the Al-Qaeda, which is also very, very hostile towards India. And they will say that, we are not doing it. It is these people who are doing it. And how does that change things? The attacks will be on India. The attacks will be on the neighbors of Afghanistan. And I don't think the world should stand up for this nonsense anymore. The Americans, while leaving, have left his gifts behind for the rest of Asia to create problems. The pity is that they are going to create problems for the United States first, as well as the rest of the world. This regime needs to go. The earlier, the better. We must help the Tajiks of Panjshir. We must help the Hazaras, the Uzbeks to overthrow this tyrannical regime, this terrorist regime.
All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi, thank you for speaking to Republic. We are also trying to get in touch with a local journalist in Moscow. I believe Fred Weir is with us on the phone line. All right, not too sure if that line is still connected, but we are trying to gather more details from Russia, because certain reports also suggesting that 2 Russian diplomats may have lost their lives among 20 who've been killed in this blast outside the Russian embassy in Kabul. We'll try and get more on this. And our reporters and editors who are getting a sense of what the police is now doing. But control that is being taken, and no immediate group that has taken responsibility of this attack that occurred near the entrance of the Russian embassy on Darul Aman Road in Kabul. And the attacker, as the police has claimed, was shot at by armed guards as he approached the gate. He detonated the explosives. And the suicide attacker, before reaching the target, was recognized and shot by the Russian embassy. Taliban guards is what is being claimed, but there is no information about the casualties, is what certain officers are saying, as is being reported. And how will Russia now gauge this entire incident? Because Russia is one of the few countries to have maintained an embassy in Kabul after the Taliban took over the country more than a year ago. Although Moscow not officially recognizing the Taliban government, but they have been in talks with officials over an agreement to supply gasoline and other commodities. And now this is the latest that is coming in of about 15 to 20 casualties, as reports suggest, and those videos that are being circulated on social media of the massive explosion that was witnessed outside the Russian embassy in Kabul. The entire area has been cordoned off, and those were Taliban guards, is what is being reported. And details that are coming in, all the Taliban not immediately confirming the explosion, not even having put out the death toll. For the moment, Nikita Menkovich, who is a political analyst in Moscow, is now with us on the phone line. Nikita, if I can first get details of the nature of blast and the death toll, what information are you receiving, Nikita?
Last information known by me is that the goal of attack was a group of local citizens walking near the area of Russian embassy. During this terrorist attack, two of Russian services were killed. I have no information about it exactly. But as far as I can see, this attack may have been committed by so-called Islamic State terrorist organization, which is quite active in Afghanistan.
Nikita, but the fact is that Russia may not have recognized the Taliban in Afghanistan. Having said that, they've not even taken a strong position against them, and certain reports suggesting that 2 Russian diplomats may have lost their lives in this explosion. If that is the case, how is Russia going to respond to it?
Of course, Russia is going to continue diplomatic relations with Afghan government. Of course, Afghanistan is still a hot point, a zone of high terrorist activity, and it is dangerous for Russian people or any other people going there. But we have no choice to deal with Afghan people, even in the hard time for this nation. For example, a few weeks ago, a group of Afghan officials came to Moscow to discuss possibilities of international trade, for possibilities of buying food, petroleum, and other goods needed by Afghan people. I hope that this terrorist attack wouldn't break international trade between our two countries.
So fact is that Russia is looking at trade gains at this point. But then again, what more have you picked up, Nikita, in terms of how Moscow may be dialing Kabul at this point to get more details about your men and the immediate aid that is being extended? And how is Taliban now reacting to this explosion?
I think that the Taliban, as any government, would try to find and punish people who take part in this terrible crime. I don't think that this terrible incident would stop relations of our two countries and our two nations. But I cannot exclude that this attack was provoked by some kind of third part, who is trying to isolate new Afghan government and who is trying to destabilize the situation in the region. We know good enough that so-called Islamic State in Afghanistan is supported by Western countries, including Great Britain. So we should carefully study the possibility of the part of foreign intelligence service in this terrorist attack. We should study this possibility.
All right, Nikita, stay on with us. My colleague Abhishek is also with us on the phone line, and I believe he also has a question for you. Over to you, Abhishek.
Well, Suresha, so a tragedy emerging in Kabul, unending saga of tragedies in Kabul, and in this bombing outside of Russian embassy in Shah-e-No, that's the area, the diplomatic enclave in Kabul, where this bombing has taken place. There was a long queue to get a Russian visa, and essentially Afghans standing there, irrespective of ethnicity. Those were Afghan nationals. And a Fidai attack, a suicide bombing has been reported. The death count as of now stands at around 20. The numbers could increase. That's what reports suggest. And the Russian sources, the Russian foreign ministry have confirmed that at least two of their employees, one diplomat and one security guard, have been killed in the 20 dead. And the number seems to be increasing. This is a suicide bomber who detonated himself near the entrance gate of the Russian embassy in Kabul. This is exactly Darul Aman Road. It was a powerful explosion. It can be seen in the pictures from a distance. And Foreign Ministry of Russia has confirmed this. The death toll, in fact, as we speak, is being reported at 25. According to Al Jazeera network, Suresha. And the suicide bomber is believed to have detonated his device after being shot at by Taliban guards outside the embassy gates. So this is additional information coming in, which means that the security outside the embassy thought that there was something amiss. He was found to be a suspicious element. And in fact, the guard shot at him, subsequent to which, or parallelly perhaps, he detonated himself, which means that it was apparent that this guy is a suicide bomber, and he was marked out and shot at. But despite that, he could carry out the suicide bombing. In fact, it is believed that Taliban guards had recognized him. Those are reports coming in attributing to the local police district, and a spokesperson there has said that the suicide attacker, before reaching the target, was recognized and shot by Russian embassy guards. That's an important aspect of this entire tragedy that is unfolding in Kabul. Remember, we have seen post the withdrawal of American forces. In fact, on the day, in fact, when they were withdrawing finally, that day also there was a bombing at the Kabul airport, Hamid Karzai airport, that had happened, that led to loss of about 100 plus lives, including 7 American soldiers. And subsequent to that, we have seen Islamic State and Al-Qaeda taking responsibility of many attacks, including one which happened just last week outside of Kabul. And this one, obviously, nobody has taken responsibility yet. But likely, Suresha, that those who are extreme elements are, beyond the control of Taliban carrying this out.
All right, Abhishek, we are keeping a very close track of the details that will continue to come in, and we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. For the moment, we move on. Thank you, Abhishek. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest. 15 have been injured in the Kabul blast, and as it is confirmed by Russia now, 2 Russian diplomats have also lost their lives in this attack.
Amit Shah in Mumbai, and now he has left from Sagar Bungalow he will be addressing people in IIT Bombay, and in fact, he will be taking Ganpati Darshan at Varsha. Today, he held a meeting with all BJP party workers where he has given a target of 115 BMC election. Back-to-back update on Amit Shah's visit in Mumbai. We'll be back right after the break.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated.
And we continue to get you details of the massive and powerful explosion that was reported in front of the Russian embassy in Kabul. A number of eyewitness accounts that are doing the rounds, several videos that have been circulated on social media where people were rushing for help immediately after the explosion. The police also confirming that it was a suicide attack to Russian diplomats who have lost their lives, and the death toll that is currently about 15 is what is being reported. The Afghan police earlier said that a suicide bomber who had detonated explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy in Kabul, adding that the attacker was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate. The death toll could be about 15 is what we are getting to understand, and 2 Russian diplomats who have been killed in this explosion that happened on Darul Aman Road in Kabul, adding that the attacker was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate is what the Afghan police has said. Also, the Afghan police saying that the suicide attacker, before reaching the target, was recognized and shot by the Russian embassy guards who were Taliban guards, and there is no information about the casualties or so as to say that the death toll has not been confirmed yet, but it could stand well above 15, which could also include 2 Russian diplomats. Those pictures on your screens of videos that are doing the rounds on social media, as Russia happens to be one of the few countries that continue to maintain an embassy in Kabul after the Taliban had taken over the country more than a year ago. And Moscow does not officially recognize the Taliban's government, but they have been in talks with the officials over trade exchange. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get you the latest on the story. Do stay with us. just coming in where Amit Shah has reached Eknath Shinde's residence, and Eknath Shinde also gifted him a Ganesha Murti. We'll try and get you more details on what exactly this meeting will be all about, as the larger target for the BJP now is the BMC polls. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
प्रॉफिट की गेम 80% है।
80%
1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ गवर्नमेंट 20 पैसे ਦਾ माल होता, 80 पैसे सारे साढ़े होते।
टिंग में जो कंटेंट है, इससे एक बात स्पष्ट होती है कि जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की कसम खाकर आए थे, वो आज दरअसल कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी के रूप में सामने आए।
Kejriwal made a mistake by backing Sisodia blindly, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Viewers, these are visuals coming in right now from Mumbai of Home Minister Amit Shah at the residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. There you can see Amit Shah sitting on the sofa with Eknath Shinde, and next to him is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. Amit Shah is on a very important visit to Mumbai, and a very busy one at that. We have seen him already at least 3 different locations today. He started the day from the Sahyadri guest house, where he reached late last night. He went to the famous iconic Lal Bagh Raja of Mumbai, and he offered prayers there, and then he attended a Ganesh Utsav Pandal that was hosted by BJP Mumbai president, whom you just saw on the screen there, Ashish Shelar. and he offered prayers there as well at Bandra. And now here, a key meeting taking place at the Eknath Shinde residence. We have Alisha and Sandeep both joining us. Alisha, for the first coming to you, what is likely to be the topic of discussion here? Because we see the BMC polls are coming up, and here you have Eknath Shinde, the leader of the estranged Shiv Sena faction, meeting the Home Minister. What are they talking about?
Well, yes, Ankita, it's very important to know that now Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has reached Varsha Bungalow, which is an official bungalow of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. So earlier the meeting that was happened in Sagar Bungalow, where Amit Shah has clearly given a strategy and specifically a target of 135 for the BMC poll. So what is also mentioned by Amit Shah in the same meeting that Eknath Shinde owns the real Shiv Sena. So that message is somewhere is going to be conveyed to the Eknath Shinde as well, because in that meeting is only for the BJP, where we saw that the meeting that happened with the BJP, where Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis and the other senior BJP leaders were present, and it was a strategy for the BMC poll that has been already made by the most topmost strategies to be known to be the most topmost strategy, that is Amit Shah, who was present in that meeting. So what is really mentioned in that meeting, let me tell us to our viewers. It is clearly mentioned by the Amit Shah that those who have betrayed us can never get a success, and at this point of time the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde owns a real Shiv Sena, and specifically for the Bharatiya Janata Party is clearly given a target of 135. The clear one line that has been mentioned by Amit Shah is ab ki baar 135 par, yani 131, the 135 should be crossed by the Bharatiya Janata Party in the BMC, and this is nothing but a strategy that has been made to defeat Uddhav Thackeray for which will also show the strategy for the 2024 Lok Sabha election as well. So that is something going to be conveyed to the Eknath Shinde as well, because at this point of time, and Amit Shah, who is in Mumbai, this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai after the new government that has been formed by the Eknath Shinde and the Bharatiya Janata Party. So this is the first visit that we have been seeing, and from the entire tour, if we can talk about, well, yes, he reached yesterday, last night, where he was staying in Sahyadri guest house, and early today morning, where he visited Lal Bagh Raja, where he offered prayer, and later there was a meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They made a strategy for the BMC poll, and right now he has reached to the Varsha Bungalow, where the same strategy for the BMC poll is to be discussed with Eknath Shinde as well.
Alisha, stay with us. You've told us a lot about what has happened so far. We'd just like to go across also to Sandeep, who is currently at the residence of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. And Sandeep, we'd like you to tell the viewers what is going to happen next.
See, we'll just speak to Prasad Latsa. क्या कुछ हुआ? अब की बार 150 पार का नारा दिया गया है क्या?
मुंबई भाजपा महापालिका जीतेगी। महापालिका के ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भगवा फड़केगा। सर्वोच्च नेता अमित भाई हमारे साथ बैठक हुई, और उसमें मुंबई महापालिका की रणनीति आशीष जी शेलार के नेतृत्व में और देवेंद्र जी के मार्गदर्शन में लड़ने का तय हुआ है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी ताकत के साथ शिवसेना के साथ, एकनाथ शिंदे जी की शिवसेना के साथ मिलकर लड़ेगी, ये तय है।
उद्धव ठाकरे पर निशाना साधा उन्होंने।
शिवसेना ही एकनाथ शिंदे जी की है जो बाला साहब की थी, उसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं। 150 तो हम जीतेंगे।
So we just heard Prasad Lat, the BJP leader Prasad Lat just spoke to Republic, and he just mentioned and confirmed that ab ki baar 150 par, that is the target that is been given by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah has given a target to all the party members. He took a crucial meeting at Devendra Fadnavis's bungalow out here at Malabar Hill area, and in fact all the senior leaders of BJP from Mumbai were present, and all the small corporators, small party leaders, district level office bearers were also informed about this crucial meet. And in fact Amit Shah had also made a severe attack on Uddhav Thackeray and stated that the people who betray in politics does not get any kind of success. And in fact, they also told, Amit Shah also said that they fought election on the name of Narendra Modi. They fought election with the face of Devendra Fadnavis, and ultimately they betrayed us. And the people who betray does not get success. And in fact, he also mentioned Eknath Shinde owns the real Shiv Sena, and in fact Prasad Lad just confirmed that BJP will be going with Eknath Shinde in BMC elections, and ab ki baar 150 par, that is above 150. So that is the target that Amit Shah has given to all the party members out here in Mumbai. Back to you.
That's a tremendous update coming in. So 3 key things that we are learning. One is that the BJP is likely to go forward for the BMC elections with Eknath Shinde. Amit Shah in this meeting has thrown his weight behind Shinde being the sole custodian of the Shiv Sena. And also, depending on who you ask, there is a 135 to 150 seat target for the BJP combine in the BMC elections. I'd like to go across to Alisha once again. Alisha, is this now the moment when the BJP will go out all guns blazing to recapture the BMC from its previous ally, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena? Has Amit Shah sounded the bugle?
Well, yes, Ankit, it's very important to even point out what exactly the words that came out from Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah clearly mentioned the one who betrayed us could not get the success. So that was the exact line that was used by Amit Shah to the BJP in a strategy meeting that happened at Sagar Bungalow, that is a resident of Devendra Fadnavis. So what has been pointed out by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they have been making all the footprint what can be done for the strategy that can be made for the BMC poll. So this is nothing but to show Uddhav Thackeray the strength of Bharatiya Janata Party, whom they betrayed in the last 2019, where there was a promises and made, and that was only Amit Shah. That was a name that came out from the Uddhav Thackeray, clearly mentioning that there were promises was made behind the doors. But then now even we heard openly speaking to in a public address, where earlier whether it is Devendra Fadnavis or Amit Shah has also mentioned there was no promises made. So now it is where the strategy for the BMC poll, from where it's been a Shiv Sena who has been ruling the BMC since years now. But it's time for the BJP who has been making a strategy, and as we said, they have given a target of 150 plus. So that is a motto which has come up in the strategy, and that is something going to be conveyed to the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well. So we saw the visuals, we saw there was a BJP meeting, and even Amit Shah has clearly mentioned that Eknath Shinde owns the real Shiv Sena. So now in the upcoming BMC polls, where Bharatiya Janata Party is already targeted for 135 to 150 seats, they are going to win that much. It will be 150 plus, but they will take Eknath Shinde camp as well, and that is something, a meeting which is going to be a very crucial meeting at his residence, that is a Warsha Bungalow, at a certain point where Amit Shah is going to even offer prayer. He's going to take a darshan of a Ganpati, which is already installed at his residence, that is at Warsha Bungalow, the CM's official bungalow. But moreover, the strategy over the BMC polls is also going to be discussed.
So, Sandeep, then in that case, coming to you, in the BMC polls, are we likely to see a battle between two alliances here? Is it going to be the BJP plus Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena versus the MVA? Both of them have not committed in as many words, but both of them have now held key meetings in just the last few weeks ahead of the BMC polls. What can we look forward to?
See, indeed, the sequence of meetings, we have witnessed several meetings in the past as well, with Eknath Shinde as well as Eknath Shinde meeting Raj Thackeray as well. So the point out here is that whether BJP or whether Eknath Shinde camp will be joining hands with Raj Thackeray in BMC as well. Now, apart from that, whether the Shiv Sena faction with Uddhav Thackeray, they will be going with NCP or Congress. And remember, Congress party has made its stand clear in the past that whatsoever happens, Congress party will fight the BMC elections alone, although it does not have maximum number of seats in BMC. But yes, it could be a game changer. But the point out here is, Will Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena join hands with the NCP and Congress party, and will they fight BMC election together or not? So that is the question that Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and the Congress party have to answer. But yes, at this point of time, the picture seems to be clear for Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis and the Shinde and Fadnavis government. It seems after the confirmation of Prasad Lal, the BJP leader, the MLC from BJP who attended and spoke exclusively on Republic TV and mentioned that Shinde camp will be the part of alliance with BJP in BMC elections. So definitely, what could be the seat sharing formula with Shinde camp and BJP in BMC elections? So these are some of the important points which we need to focus, and definitely a discussion is underway at the official residence of Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. So definitely these are some of the cards that will also unfold in upcoming days. Back to you, Ankit.
Absolutely. Sandeep and Alisha there putting it out on the table, what one can expect from the BMC elections. The BJP plus the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena camp appear to have put one foot forward with regards to how they are going to tackle these elections. On the other hand, the MVA allies, we are yet to really hear what they plan to do in the BMC polls. It promises to be a big election with it all at stake. I thank both of them for joining us, viewers. Meanwhile, we are going to move on to another story from another very, very large city in India, Bengaluru. Now, the tech capital of the country reeled under severe waterlogging once again as incessant heavy rainfall lashed the city. Waterlogging led to traffic jams and disruptions in the lives of the normal people yet again in several areas of the city. Here is a detailed report plus visuals.
The city infrastructure of Bengaluru has come under the heavy scrutiny of people on social media. Several citizens are questioning the quality of city's infrastructure as heavy rains continue to batter the Bengaluru city. Citizens accused the city administration for ignoring the red flags about the present civic condition. Due to continuous downpour, the city of Bengaluru witnessed severe waterlogging, long traffic jams, flooding on the roads. Watch how a man was rescued by the local security guards near Marathli Silk Board Road in Bengaluru. Even the Ganesha immersion plans of citizens were impacted. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued an alert for the people living in the low-lying areas of the city. The city's civic body, Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike, has issued helpline numbers in case of emergencies.
At the Devanahalli International Airport, there also has been waterlogging that is reported, and it has been said that water has seeped into the VIP lane as well as the parking layout. However, the officials of the Bangalore International Airport has stated that the staff has worked diligently to remove the water from these areas as well. Meanwhile, many parts of Devanahalli which leads to the airport are completely inundated. With video journalist Bhagat, Ashwin Nandakumar, Republic TV.
A look at some of the top stories from around the country now. In a big expose by the Bharatiya Janata Party on the liquor scam, the ruling party announced a sting operation on the AAP while addressing a press conference. In the Bharatiya Janata Party's big expose on the Aam Aadmi Party, a sensational tape was shown featuring accused number 13 in the Liquorgate case, who could be seen advising on policy. The BJP launched, or rather put out, a sensational tape in the Liquorgate. Mega confessions were made by an accused in the case, and there was a mention of an 80% profit game as well.
के नेता बड़े भाई रामवीर सिंह जी विदुड़ी जी हैं, हमारे साथी प्रवक्ता सारिका जैन जी हैं, मेरे साथी हरियर जी हैं। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा आदरणीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी से कि आप सबको संबोधित करते हुए जो आज स्टिंग ऑपरेशन हुआ है उसके बारे में अपने विचार रखें। आदेश जी।
सभी
पत्रकार मित्रों को मेरा नमस्कार। आज महत्वपूर्ण इस प्रेस वार्ता में उपस्थित नेता प्रतिपक्ष श्री रामवीर सिंह विधूड़ी जी, श्री हरीश खुराना जी, श्री रघुवंशी जी और श्रीमती सारिका जैन जी, सभी मेरे पत्रकार मित्रों साथियों, आज एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा जिसको कहते हैं बिग एक्सपोज किया है। जो लोग स्टिंग करने पर राजनीति करते थे, जो स्टिंग मास्टर थे, उनका स्टिंग हो गया है। जो लोग दिल्ली को सिंगापुर, लंदन और पेरिस बनाने की बात करते थे, उनके बारे में सारी चीज़ें आज सामने आ चुकी है कि वो दिल्ली की जनता की बेहतरी के लिए चुने गए थे, लेकिन शराब के ठेकेदारों की बेहतरी के लिए, शराब के माफियाओं की बेहतरी के लिए वो काम कर रहे थे। कल हमने एक प्रेस वार्ता में कहा था कि दिल्ली में पुरानी शराब नीति में 135 लाख लीटर शराब प्रतिदिन बिकती थी। नई शराब नीति में बढ़कर 245 लाख लीटर हो गई। रेवेन्यू पुरानी शराब नीति में से नई शराब नीति में बढ़ना चाहिए क्योंकि बिक्री ज़्यादा हुई, लेकिन वो बढ़ने की बजाय घट गया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये भी कहा था कि उन्होंने शराब ठेकेदारों का कमीशन, L1 वालों का कमीशन 2% से बढ़ा के 12% कर दिया। क्यों कर दिया? हमने ये भी कहा कि ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को आपने नई शराब पॉलिसी में ठेके नहीं देने का प्रावधान किया था, लेकिन उस नियम को भी तोड़कर उनको ठेके दिए। हमने यह भी कहा था कि अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनी और नॉन कन्फर्मिंग एरिया रेजिडेंशियल इलाके में ठेके नहीं खुलने चाहिए। कार्टेल हो, मैन्युफैक्चरर कंपनी हो, सभी बातों का भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया की तरफ से अभी तक कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं आई। और आज जब स्टिंग मास्टर उनका स्टिंग हो गया है, तो मनीष सिसोदिया जी को प्रेस वार्ता में जवाब देते नहीं बनता है। प्रेस वार्ता को छोड़कर पलायन कर गए, भाग गए। जब पत्रकार सवाल पूछने लगे तो सवाल का जवाब देने की बजाय भाग खड़े हुए। बोले गली के सड़क पर चलते इंसान का स्टिंग हो गया। मैं सिसोदिया जी आपको बताना चाहता हूं, केजरीवाल जी भी आप भी सुन लीजिए, ये कोई सड़क चलता आदमी नहीं है। कुलविंदर मारवा जो आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा, उनके पिताजी हैं, उनके पापा जी हैं। और आपकी सरकार ने उनको शराब का लाइसेंस दिया था। नई शराब नीति में आपकी सरकार ने उनको लाइसेंस दिया था। वो खुद भी कंपनी के डायरेक्टर हैं, शराब के बड़े मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, बड़े ट्रेडर हैं। मामूली आदमी सड़क चलते नहीं हैं। आपकी सरकार ने उन पर मेहरबानी करके पैसे लेकर शराब के ठेके दिए हैं, और ये वही ठेकेदार हैं जिनको आपने एयरपोर्ट जोन का ठेका दिया था, जिसके 30 करोड़ रुपए की अर्नेस्ट मनी आपने उनको बाइज्जत वापस कर दी। इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि हम अब ये काम नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो ये बात स्पष्ट है कि आपकी और मिली भगत, शराब माफियाओं की मिली भगत अब स्पष्ट हो गई है कि किस तरह से आपने दिल्ली को पीछे धकेलने का काम किया है, दिल्ली के युवाओं को नशे में झोंकने का काम किया है। और नशा हो, बेईमानी हो, लूट हो, इसका सबसे बड़ा अगर कोई उदाहरण पूरे देश में है तो दिल्ली में मिला है। आज गुरु दिवस है, आज शिक्षक दिवस है, आज इनके गुरु अन्ना हजारे भी रो रहे हैं, उनके भी मोटे मोटे आंसू निकल रहे हैं। अन्ना हजारे जी कह रहे हैं कि मेरा चेला जो यहाँ आकर कस्में खा रहा था कि शराब का नशा नहीं होना चाहिए, शराब की दुकानें नहीं खुलनी चाहिए, वो अन्ना हजारे भी इनको चिट्ठी लिखकर आज नसीहत दे रहे हैं। उन गुरु की बात को भी नहीं मानकर उनको भी ठेंगा दिखाने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। अब यह स्टिंग से बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है और इनकी बौखलाहट से भी और स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये जो चोरी हुई है राजस्व की, दिल्ली के खजाने को लूटा गया है, दिल्ली में टैक्स पेयर के पैसे को लूटकर शराब माफियाओं और दिल्ली के आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने जो बंदर बांट की है, उससे दिल्ली की जनता बहुत आहत है। आज कोई गरीब का बच्चा, आज हर दिल्ली वासी रो रहा है, दुखी है, इस बात पर दुखी है कि हमने एक ऐसे निर्णय लेकर एक ऐसे बेईमान को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। जो लोग ये बात करते थे कि हम कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, आज वो कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी हो गए। मैं आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर उनके अंदर जरा भी अंतरात्मा की आवाज बची है, जरा भी ईमानदारी है, जरा भी उनके अंदर शर्म बाकी है, तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया को अविलंब बर्खास्त करे। इस शराब के मुद्दे पे जो घोटाला हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, उस पर तुरंत मनीष सिसोदिया जी को बर्खास्त किया जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा हमारे विपक्ष के नेता आदरणीय रणबीर जी से कि आपको संबोधित करें।
दिल्ली प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री आदेश गुप्ता जी, श्री हरीश खुराना जी, श्री हरिहर रघुवंशी जी, हमारी बहन सारिका जैन जी, मीडिया के सभी सम्मानित साथियों, अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर मनीष सिसोदिया ने हजारों करोड़ रुपए का शराब का घोटाला किया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल सीधे सीधे इस हजारों करोड़ रुपए के शराब घोटाले में शामिल हैं। कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी विधायक महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया को प्रातः 10:30 बजे मिलेंगे। 10 बजे विजय चौक से हम पैदल चलकर महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया को ज्ञापन सौंपेंगे और उनसे मांग करेंगे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार को बर्खास्त किया जाए। अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी लागू करके हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला किया है। शिक्षा में भी सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए का जो घोटाला हुआ है, सीबीसी की रिपोर्ट आ गई है। डीटीसी का भी 3200 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला है, सीबीआई पहले से उसकी जांच कर रही है। दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का भी 58,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला है, उसकी जांच भी शुरू हो गई है। तो मैं आपको फिर एक बार जानकारी देना चाहता हूं कि भाजपा के सभी विधायक कल प्रातः 10 बजे विजय चौक पर एकत्रित होंगे और पैदल मार्च करके महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया से भेंट करेंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार को बर्खास्त करने के लिए उनको ज्ञापन सौंपेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रमेश जी। सांसद भी रहेंगे सिर्फ
विधायक
विधायक और आलोकित। किसी के सवाल हो तो
जी सवाल एक है अध्यक्ष जी से कि अभी मनीष सिसोदिया ने जो कहा है कि जो डिप्टी लीगल एडवाइजर जितेंद्र कुमार ने जो आत्महत्या की है तो उनके ऊपर दबाव बनाया गया था, क्योंकि मेरे खिलाफ जो फर्जी केस बनाने के ऊपर दबाव बनाया गया था। आप इसका क्या बोलते हैं?
देखिए, इधर उधर की बात वो ना करें और ये बताए कि स्टिंग ऑपरेशन जो उनका हुआ है उस पर वो जवाब दे, जनता का जवाब दे, इधर उधर की बातें ना करें।
जी बात सर, इसकी ऑथेंटिसिटी को लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं आप।
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें
प्रॉफिट की गेम 80% है। 80% 1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 पैसे गवर्नमेंट 80 पैसे सारे साढ़े।
अरविंद केजरीवाल का चेहरा बेनकाब हुआ। ये भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरकार है, बेबड़ी सरकार, कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार।
Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, and in a shocking incident, a mutt seer found dead after an audio tape goes viral. A big mystery now over sexual abuse charges. A tell-all audio tape has now led to suicide. That's what we're learning. And days after the audio tape leaked, the seer committed suicide. That's a big question. Did he commit suicide after that tape was leaked? Viewers, big news coming in at this point of time. Let's tell you the background, and still waiting for our reporter to join us for more details. But a mutt seer was found dead in Karnataka's Belgavi district earlier today after an audio tape went viral in which 2 people were allegedly discussing the purported cases of sexual assault in some mutts in Karnataka. Now, the Lingayat seer allegedly committed suicide in his mutt there which is near Belgavi. The seer allegedly hung himself and committed suicide after alleged audio tape of a 15-minute long conversation in which two people were allegedly heard speaking about purported illicit affairs some of the seers and Ligayat Mutt have been having. So the big question is, did he commit suicide after that tape went viral? Now, according to reports, the seer interacted with devotees before death. He had been at that mutt for 15 years as per Republic TV, what we are hearing on this so far. So this is a very developing story coming in from South, and further updates are awaited at this point of time. But the big question we're asking is that what is this mystery over the sexual abuse charges? And after the tell-all audio tape, that suicide news has come in. So days after the audio tape leaked, did the seer commit suicide after that audio tape was leaked? That's a big question that we're asking right now. And this is a developing story which we are tracking on Republic TV, getting you minute by minute updates. Let's now have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. In a big expose by the Bharatiya Janata Party on liquor scam, the ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by BJP in liquor gate scam. The sensational tape featured accused number 13, who allegedly could be seen making policy. BJP launches sensational tape in liquor gate scam. Mega confessions were made by the 13 number accused on tape, saying it is an 80% profit game.
प्रॉफिट दी गेम ते 80% है 80% 1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ
As BJP launches liquor gate sting, huge corruption by Aam Aadmi Party was allegedly exposed in a big expose. A tape showed accused allegedly confessing that 80% commission was fixed for Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. The sting operation exposed Kulvinder Marwa, the father of Sunny Marwa, accused number 13. After sensational video was exposed by BJP against Aam Aadmi Party's liquor gate policy, the Saffron Party in the press conference said that more videos will be released in the matter. Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina arrives in the national capital, and PM is now set to meet Minister of External Affairs of India S. Jaishankar later in the evening today. She is on a 4-day visit to India to discuss several issues pertaining to both the countries.
Well, this sting operation has somewhere raised a lot of questions over the credibility of Aam Aadmi Party. Now, BJP is asking a lot of questions from Aam Aadmi Party and also demanding the resignation of Manish Sisodia. To speak on this, I'm now joined with Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta. Sir, ये sting operation कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़े सवाल खड़े करता है आम आदमी पार्टी के ऊपर, क्योंकि ये जो sting operation है ये कोई आम आदमी का नहीं है, ये सनी मारवा के पिताजी का है. वो खुद कह रहे हैं कि 80% कमीशन की बात वो कर रहे हैं, 12% में से 6% कमीशन की वो बात कर रहे हैं. अब इसको बीजेपी आगे किस तरह से लेके जाएगी?
देखिए, आज वास्तव में जिस समय स्टिंग हम लोग देख रहे थे तो एक दुख भी था, एक तकलीफ भी थी, एक और गुस्सा भी था कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने एक ऐसी सरकार को चुना था जो ये कहते थे हम दिल्ली को लंदन पेरिस बना देंगे, जो दिल्ली के हर घर में पानी, साफ पानी देने का वादा किया था. अब वो जाकर हर गली मोहल्ले में ठेके खोलने लगे. और जो आज का स्टिंग आया वो स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग है. स्टिंग मास्टर अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी जो भ्रष्टाचार पर स्टिंग करते थे, आज उन्हीं का स्टिंग आ गया है. और जिस तरह से एक आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा के पिताजी हैं कुलविंदर मारवा, और उन्होंने जो खुलासे किए कि किस तरह से 2% से बढ़ा के शराब ठेकेदारों का कमीशन 12% कर देना और 6% उनको ब्लैक में उनसे पैसा लेना। ये वो तकलीफ बता रहे कि हम कैसे ब्लैक में देंगे। कैसे उन्होंने बताया कि आप एक फिक्स अमाउंट दे दीजिए और फिर आप चाहे कितने भी ठेके खोलिए, चाहे कितने भी आप शराब बेचिए, कितने भी रेट पर बेचिए, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं।
मनीष सिसोदिया कह रहे हैं कि कहीं से भी गली से उठा के किसी का भी स्टिंग ऑपरेशन कर दो, कुछ भी वीडियो दिखा दो, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। और साथ साथ वो ये कह रहे हैं कि मैं भी ऐसे ही कुछ भी वीडियोस दिखा दूंगा, कुछ भी कर दूंगा। क्रेडिबिलिटी पे सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, दिखाइए ना, ये कोई मामूली चलते फिरते सड़क चलता कोई आदमी नहीं है। ये आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा उनके पिताजी हैं, पहली बात। दूसरी बात है, कुलविंदर मारवा स्वयं भी शराब के बहुत बड़े व्यापारी हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, ट्रेडर हैं। तीसरी बात, आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने इनको भी एल1 दिया था और आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने एयरपोर्ट जोन का जो ठेका इनको दिया, उसी की अर्नेस्ट मनी 30 करोड़ रुपए इनको वापस कर दी, ठेके के नियमों के उल्लंघन कर।
ये कह रहे हैं कि आप बीती है उनकी और ऐसे और भी लोगों को बाहर आना चाहिए, या अगर स्टिंग के माध्यम से नहीं तो वीडियो उनका जारी होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, ये भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई है। ये उन लोगों के खिलाफ लड़ाई है जिन्होंने दिल्ली को नशे की ओर झोंकने का काम किया है और भ्रष्टाचार किया है, जो ईमानदारी की बात करते थे। तो ऐसे में ये मिलकर लड़ाई लड़नी है, सब लोग मिलकर लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। तो हम सबसे अपील करते हैं, ऐसे जितने भी शराब के ठेकेदार अगर उन्होंने पैसे दिए हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को, वो सामने उन्हें आना चाहिए और बताना चाहिए कि हमने पैसे दिए हैं और इन्होंने पैसे लिए हैं। ये देश के लिए देशभक्ति के प्रश्न है और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक लड़ाई।
प्रश्न लूंगा, कल दिल्ली बीजेपी के सभी विधायक राष्ट्रपति से मुलाकात कर रहे हैं, क्या आपकी मांग रहेगी और क्या ये जो वीडियो निकल के सामने है, स्टिंग निकल के सामने है, ये भी चर्चा का विषय रहेगा?
देखिए, हमारी एक मांग है कि अब स्टिंग के बाद ये स्पष्ट हो गया है, पहले भी सारी बातें क्लियर थी। अब अगर जरा भी नैतिकता अरविंद केजरीवाल में बची है, अगर उनकी अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ कुछ भी बोल रही है, अगर जरा भी शर्म बाकी है, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें। और कल हमारे सभी विधायक दल के नेता के साथ महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलने जा रहे हैं, उनको बर्खास्तगी की मांग का ज्ञापन भी सौंपे।
That is a big word coming in from Delhi BJP chief Shivangi, where now BJP will be heading to the president's house tomorrow, demanding the resignation of Manish Sisodia and also the dismissal of Aam Aadmi Party government from Delhi.
Right. So, Piyush, there'll be a march which will be held by the BJP where they'll be heading to President's house. That's exactly what Piyush is saying, and that the BJP has also said this. The rally will be taken out tomorrow, viewers. That's what we are learning so far. But Piyush, it's very interesting to note that Manish Sisodia held a counter press briefing around 2 p.m. but he refused to answer any hard questions on that sting operation and Liquorgate. Piyush.
Well, absolutely. There are some certain questions those Aam Aadmi Party needs to answer, but they did not do so. Now, what we are now learning is that Aam Aadmi Party is going to do a counter press conference, and that's at 3:30 p.m. That is going to be done by the Atishi Singh, who is the chief spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party. There are some certain questions which Aam Aadmi Party needs to answer about the 80% commission the father of Sunny Mara was talking about, and also how to convert the black money into white. That was also being talked in that particular sting operation. We'll have to wait and watch as to how it is going to further move ahead. Remember that there are series of allegations which have now surfaced against Aam Aadmi Party, but so far concrete answers have not come out from Aam Aadmi Party. We can expect any minute from now a press conference to be done by Atishi Singh, where we might hear some sort of clarification, or we can expect another fresh salvo being fired by Aam Aadmi Party on BJP. Well, yes, we are getting all the details of this sting operation, and remember that BJP is now going to march tomorrow at the President's house demanding dismissal of Aam Aadmi Party government. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more voices as this Liquorgate sting exposes Aam Aadmi Party government. Stay tuned for more updates.
A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल।
बार सीबीआई से पूछ रहे हैं कि आखिरकार बताओ तो सही, क्या मिला डिप्टी सीएम के घर पे रेड में? कितना कैश मिला, कितना सोना मिला, कितने सोने के बिस्कुट मिले, कितने हीरे जवाहरात मिले, कितने बेनामी संपत्ति के कागजात मिले? लेकिन सीबीआई वाले क्या बताएंगे, क्योंकि उनको तो कुछ भी नहीं मिला। उन्होंने गद्दे फाड़ दिए, तकिए फाड़ दिए, सारी अलमारियों का सामान निकाल दिया, लेकिन उन्हें फिर भी कुछ नहीं मिला। फिर वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी की पत्नी का लॉकर चेक करने गए। उस लॉकर में उनको क्या मिला? कुछ 50-60 हजार के गहने जो भाभी जी को अपनी शादी पे मिले थे। लेकिन अभी भी सीबीआई पे दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि रेड में कुछ ना मिलने के बावजूद, लॉकर में कुछ ना मिलने के बावजूद मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ अरेस्ट वारंट निकाला जाए। और उस अरेस्ट वारंट को किसको अप्रूव करना होता है? एक लीगल एडवाइजर को अप्रूव करना होता है। एक लीगल एडवाइजर को कहना होता है कि जो जांच पड़ताल हुई है उसके आधार पर अरेस्ट वारंट एक वाजिब चीज है। सीबीआई में कोई लीगल एडवाइजर ये कहने को तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि आखिरकार जब रेड में कुछ नहीं मिला, लॉकर में कुछ नहीं मिला, कोई भी अफसर ये कैसे लिखित में कह देगा कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए? और इसी वजह से केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से सीबीआई के अफसरों पर बहुत ज्यादा दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जैसे तैसे हो अरेस्ट करना है। और इतना दबाव बनाया गया जितेंद्र कुमार जी पे कि जितेंद्र कुमार जी इस दबाव को सह नहीं पाए और 2 दिन पहले उन्होंने अपनी जान ले ली, आत्महत्या कर ली। ये हाल हो गया है क्या हमारे देश का कि केंद्र सरकार अब अपनी ही जांच एजेंसियों के अफसरों पे इतना दबाव बना रहा है कि वो आत्महत्या करने पे मजबूर हो जा रहे हैं। क्या ये हाल हो गया है हमारे देश का कि केंद्र सरकार और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी सिर्फ और सिर्फ राज्य सरकारें गिराने में लगे हुए हैं और उसके लिए केंद्र एजेंसियों को मिसयूज करते हुए झूठे केसेस बना रहे हैं? और जब कुछ भी नहीं मिलता तो सीबीआई के अफसरों पे दबाव बना रहे हैं कि झूठा केस बनाओ, झूठा एफआईआर करो, झूठा अरेस्ट वारंट बनाओ। ये कैसे देश में रह रहे हैं हम? जितेंद्र कुमार जी के पूरी परिवार के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी खड़ी है। जितेंद्र कुमार जी के पूरे परिवार को हम
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Bandh due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला, जो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफगान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी
Some big breaking coming in right now. CBI issues statement on Sisodia, which in fact the CBI is saying that during the press conference, Manish Sisodia said that Jitendra Kumar, deputy legal advisor in CBI, committed suicide because he was pressurized to make a strong false case against him. But the CBI is saying very categorically right now, viewers, and this is a statement issued by the CBI, that CBI strongly refutes this mischievous and misleading statement by Sisodia. It's clarified that the gentleman officer Jitendra Kumar was in no way connected with the investigation of this case. I repeat, no way connected in the investigation of this case. And Shravan is joining me to understand this statement a little better. Shravan, over to you.
It's a strongly worded statement that has now been issued by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember, this is on the Deputy Legal Advisor, Jitendra Kumar, whose death by suicide has essentially led to a political blame game altogether. You've heard the Aam Aadmi Party basically stepping in and perhaps weaving a narrative which is absolutely false to begin with. The fact that they are trying to link Jitendra Kumar to this entire investigation in itself is ridden with falsehoods completely. This is exactly what the CBI says, that, and I quote, CBI strongly refutes this mischievous, misleading statement by Manish Sisodia, clarified that the gentleman officer, late Jitendra Kumar, was in no way connected with the investigation of this case. He was the deputy legal advisor in charge of prosecution, in which capacity he was supervising prosecutors who were conducting the trial of already charge-sheeted cases in Delhi. As per the Delhi police, which is conducting the inquest into the death, the officer has not held anyone responsible for his death in his suicide note.
All right, Shravan, thank you for joining us with all those details. CBI refuting the charges of the Aam Aadmi Party and the claims of the Aam Aadmi Party on late Jitendra Kumar.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against this.
Getting in inside details of Amit Shah's meeting at Fadnavis residence. As per sources, BJP's mission 135 for Mumbai. The Home Minister Amit Shah sets target of 135 seats for upcoming BMC polls. In fact, the announcement is of target in crucial meeting. It's a big target that they have set, and they had a crucial meeting with BJP leaders. The BJP eyes 135 out of 227 BMC seats. Big details coming in of that meeting that he had with Devendra Fadnavis. Time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Bandh due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus.
Started this edition with some breaking news now coming in. CBI has issued a statement on Manish Sisodia, and I quote, today in a press conference held by Manish Sisodia, one of the FIR named accused pertaining to the Delhi excise policy, stated that Jitendra Kumar, deputy legal advisor in CBI, committed suicide because he was pressurized to make a strong false case against him. CBI strongly refutes this mischievous and misleading statement by Manish Sisodia. It is clarified that the gentleman officer, Shri Jitendra Kumar, was in no way connected with the investigation of the case. He was the deputy legal advisor in charge of a prosecution. Let me also bring in my colleague Piyush Mishra, who's joining us on this broadcast. Piyush, just to break it down for all our viewers, one, Aam Aadmi Party has been levelling this allegation that the CBI wanted to go ahead and arrest Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, but the arrest warrant wasn't being signed, and that too, it wasn't being signed by the Deputy Legal Advisor. Now, this entire pretext that they essentially using, trying to perhaps weave this narrative that there's been pressure on the CBI officers and they are acting at the behest of the government, seems to be completely riddled with falsehoods, because here the deputy legal advisor is in no way connected to this case. He's part of the prosecution team in charge of looking after all the charge sheets and the trials, especially the cases which have already been charge sheeted. So it's got nothing to do with it.
Well, absolutely, Shravan, CBI has now issued a statement refuting the allegations coming in from Aam Aadmi Party. Remember that today at 2 o'clock, Manish Sisodia did a press conference where he mentioned about the fact that he was being implicated by